Hi, folks. This is Tom Rucci. I'll be your live stream host for today. Just want to let you know that the swim meet will be starting soon, and we're excited to have all the teams here. But just to let you know, we'll be starting right about 1 p.m. today. I'll be back with you soon.
10-minute warning before we get going here. This is a really good chance for you to go in the lobby, grab a snack, grab something to drink. Don't forget we got good rough cups. Good rough cups in the library, in the lobby. $3 for one, $5 for two. Send your swimmer some good luck. This is your 10-minute heads up indicators. We're going to go in 10 minutes. Spectators, we've been given a gentle reminder that those of you in the front row of our splash seats, we do need to move everybody into our community. We got a lot of adults searching for seats, a lot of people coming in. If you can snake yourself in a little bit, we're post-pandemic, let's be honest, we're good here. The rough cups in the lobby, $3 apiece. Keep the $5. This is an infantile time to let all adults know there is no adults allowed in the locker rooms. If you gotta go, use the mezzanine bathroom up here or the bathroom down in the lobby. Again, there are adults in the locker rooms, please. Otherwise, you're going to quickly them at 5:45. Thank you. afternoon, everybody. We need a crowd down here. We welcome all of you to the Blue Water Aquatic Center and the Riptide Valentine Splash Invite. This afternoon, we welcome swimmers from Aquajet, Northfield Swim Club, Omni Minneapolis Otters, Star Swim Team, Wasika Jays, and Riptide. This meet is held under the sanction of USA Swim. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you that smoking and the consumption of alcoholic beverages is strictly prohibited in the Blue Water Aquatic Center. We ask, we implore, we direct all spectators to use the restrooms located in the mezzanine or the pool lobby. Locker rooms are not for you, they're for swimmers. We respectfully ask for your cooperation and remain quiet at each start. Flash photography is prohibited at the start of each race. All right, swimmers, I need you to tune it down. Choke your motor. Here we go. Your officials today, meet referee is Teresa Jurish. Give it up for Teresa, everybody. Your meet starter is Malin Simmering. Let's give it up for Malin. And your admin official is Roberta Casey.
All right, folks, we're getting ready to start here with just a few of the housekeeping announcements in the pool area.
Coaches and all these amazing meet volunteers in field shirts today. I love making this a great meet. Quick reminder since I have your undivided attention.
Again, folks, we want to go ahead and welcome our teams today. Riptide is hosting the event at the Blue Water Aquatic Center in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Today we've got the Aquajets, Wasika Swimming, Northfield, the Omni Otters, and Star Swimming. All right, folks, time for our national anthem here in just a moment. Awesome. All right, folks, we're going to be starting here in just a second. Once again, my name is Tom Rucci. I'll be your live stream host for the event. And I shall be here today and tomorrow. And again, we are at the Blue Water Aquatic Center in Apple Valley, Minnesota, about to begin our Riptide Valentine Splash Invite. A pretty good turnout here in the crowd. Our first event is going to be a mixed 200-yard freestyle. There'll be 14 heats. So we'll have a lot of time with this event. And we'll get that started in just a moment here as they get people set up and started to go. All right, folks, here we go. We're starting with event number 1. Again, this is the mixed 200-yard freestyle. And this is heat 1 of 14. In lane 1, Brooke Bacon from the Omni Otters. In lane 2, Mari Early from Riptide. Lane 4, Arogya Thapa from Riptide. Lane 5, Evan Binkley from Riptide. Lane 6, Nolan Luther, Riptide. Lane 7, Chloe Rath with Riptide. All right, it looks like Mari Early in lane 3 for Riptide is leading the pack, followed by Brooke Bacon from the Omni Otters in lane 2. And right now in third place is Arogya Thapa with Riptide in lane 4. All right, folks, coming in first was lane 3, Mari Early with Riptide. Coming in second was Brooke Bacon with the Omni Otters. And coming in third in lane 6 was Nolan Luther. But I'm not sure about that because there was a soft touch in lane 4. So it is possible that lane 4 was Arogia Thapa with Riptide. Next up is heat number 2. All right, folks. In lane number 1 is Kellen Ward with Riptide. Lane number 2 is Lucas Carr with the Aquajets. Lane 3 is Bianca Silke with Northfield. Lane 4 is Bethel DeWitt with the Omni Otters. Lane 5, Aiden Fitch with Riptide. Lane 6, Aiden Coe, Riptide. Lane 7, Nisha Naughton with Riptide. And lane 8, Elliot Lesh with Riptide. Sorry about the camera transitions there. We'll get it right. Folks, I'm sorry about the timer here on the scoreboard. Something is definitely going on with that. Let me see if I can get that fixed. Unfortunately, that scoreboard appears to be a bit of a problem. Coming in first, however, was lane 3. That's Bianca Silke with Northfield. Coming in second was lane 2, Lucas Carr. Coming in third was lane 5, Aiden Fitch with Riptide. All right, folks, up next is Heat 3 of the mixed 200-yard freestyle. In lane 1 is Beth Bryson with Star Swim. Lane 2 is Sophia Renato, Riptide. Lane 3 is Maddie Carter, Riptide. Lane 4 is Nicole Cambry, Riptide. Lane 5 is Nick Johnson, Star Swim Team. Lane 6 is Abby Ferris, Riptide. Lane 7 is Laurel Benson, Northfield. And lane 8 is Ronan Ford, Omni Otters. Folks, I'm working on a few technical difficulties here. I'll get you some play-by-play as we go along. We'll get this all worked out. All right, folks, trying to get these few technical things worked out, but just to let you know, finishing first in heat number 4 is Eden Wolf with Riptide in lane 4. Coming in second was lane 8. That's Anna Spitzik with Riptide. Coming in third was lane 3. That's Kieran Sokoli with Riptide. All right, next up is heat number 5. Let's fix one more thing here, and we'll get right back to the action for you. There you go. Okay. Into the water they go. In lane 1 is Freya Simmering, Riptide. Lane 2, Stella Phelps, Riptide. Lane 3, Will Kohler with Riptide. Lane 4, Wyatt Melman with the Aquajets. Lane 5, Eddie McGarvey, Riptide. Lane 6, Sam Patterson, Riptide. Lane 7, Natalie Streifel with Riptide. And lane 8, Ellie Sidaros with Riptide. Coming back, touching first as they hit the turn is lane 3. That's Will Kohler with Riptide. Really tight behind there, but I would say in second place is Stella Phelps with Riptide in lane 2. Let's watch as they go down to the other end of the pool. Still in the lead is lane 3. That's Will Kohler, but challenging him in lane 2 is Stella Phelps. Will Kohler's wind his lead there in lane 3 as he comes back for another turn. Still in second place is Stella Phelps with Riptide in lane 2. I would say in third place right now would be lane 8. That's Ellie Sidaros with Riptide. Finishing first will be Will Kohler in lane 3 with a soft touch. Oh, challenging for second now. Does look like it's going to be lane 8 and lane 2. Who touches first? That's a tight one. Hard to tell who touched first because lane 2, that's Stella Phelps. She had a soft touch. Lane 8 was Ellie Sidaros. So I'll let you guys split the difference there with that one. Up next is heat number 5. All right, in lane 1 is Ivan Kircher. Ivan is with Riptide. Lane 2 is my own Megan Rucci with Riptide. Lane 3 is Sophia Geronimos with Riptide. Lane 4 is Jocelyn Parker with the Omni Otters. Lane 5 is Cameron Peterson with Riptide. Lane 6 is Dalen Schmidt, Riptide. Lane 7 is Olive Sisson with Riptide. Lane 8 is Aaron O'Connell with Riptide. Turning first, boy, it was close, but I'm going to call it lane 5. That was Cameron Peterson with Riptide, closely followed by lane 3, Sophia Geronimos, as they chase down the other end of the pool. Lane 5, Cameron Peterson is still leading the way here. Second place is definitely lane 3, Sophia Geronimos. And in third place, it's close, hard to tell. I'm going to call it lane 1. That's Ivan Kircher with Riptide. I think we've got most of the issues worked out here with the live stream and a few workarounds we had to do. Sorry about that it took a while to get to this, but I think it's going all right now. Awesome, everybody. Keep the comments coming in. We'll try and shout those out. Tay Bailey gives a shout out. Bianca Silly. Gone yet? Silky. All right, guys. Keep them coming. I'll give you your shout outs to your swimmers as you send them over. I'll try to keep an eye on that. Finishing first is lane 5, as predicted, Cameron Peterson. Finishing second was lane 3, Sophia Geronimos with Riptide. Coming in third, lane 6, Dalen Schmidt with Riptide. Next up is heat number 7. Remember, this is 7 of 14 of the mixed 200-yard freestyle. All right, in lane 1, Preston Kellnan, Riptide. Lane 2, Emmy Plone, Riptide. Lane 3, Charlie Johnson, Riptide. Lane 4, Claire McKinley, Riptide. Lane 5, Kate Liebel, Riptide. Lane 6, Madison Carr, the Aquajets. Lane 7 is Kaylee Chua, the Aquajets. Lane 8, Natalie DeGainer, Riptide. In the lead right now is Kate Lebo in lane 5. Preston Kellnan with Riptide is closely on her heels in second place, followed by Madison Carr in lane 6. Kate Lebo has about a body and a half lead in lane 5. And again, our teams today are Riptide, the Aquajets, the Omni Otters, Northfield, Star Swim Club, and Waseca. So we have a pretty big event, pretty good crowd. Kate Lebo is still in the lead. Hotly contested, though, by Madison Carr in lane 6. It's going to be tight here. Let's watch it as it comes back to the end. Touching first is Kate Lebo in lane 5 with a score of time of 2:23.04, followed by Madison Carr in lane 6 with 2:23.29. And in third place was lane 4, Claire McKinley with Riptide with a 2:32.49. All right, next up is heat number 18 of the 200-yard freestyle. In lane 1 is Cecilia Kinney, Riptide. Lane 2, Audrey Heggie, Riptide. Lane 3, Lucas Jones with the Aqua Jets. Lane 4, Iris Polvoni, Riptide. Lane 5, Emma Paul, Riptide. Lane 6, Eli Thuft, Riptide. Lane 7, Lydia Hirschberger with Northfield. And lane 8, Emma Leonard. It's pretty evenly paced here, folks. Hard to tell if there's an actual leader in this one because there's a tie for lane 1, 2, and 4 at the moment. Again, lane 1 is Cecilia Kinney with Riptide. Lane 2 is Audrey Heggie. And lane 4 is Iris Polvoni, all with Riptide. Also, lane 5 is very close as well there, and that's Emma Paul with Riptide. And maybe Emma is a hair ahead. We'll see. Does appear Emma is the lead just barely by 0.02 of a second. This is a good, evenly paced match. All right, as they come back here, we're going to take a look to see how they turn. Wow, they are turning at almost the same moment. Staying very evenly paced between lanes 1, 2, 4, and 5. Cecilia Kinney with Riptide is in lane 1. Audrey Heggie's lane 2. Lane 4 again is Iris Polvoni, and again in lane 5 is Emma Paul. Breaking away here from the pack and finishing first, giving it her all, was lane 4, Iris Polvoni. Coming in second was lane 2, Audrey Heggie with Riptide, and coming in third was lane 1, that's Cecilia Kinney with Riptide. And Emma Paul in lane 5 did come in fourth with Riptide. All right, next up is heat number 9. We got a shout out from Elijah Bailey. Prouder than ever, that's my girl Bianca. All right, heat number 9. Lane 1 is Paige Turnbow, Riptide. Lane 2, Emily Samsel, Riptide. Lane 3, Alice Gaffke, Riptide. Lane 4, Claire Krieg, Riptide. Lane 5, Cody Weber with Wasika. Lane 6, Kayla DeBroy, Riptide. Lane 7, Kyle Hadsell with Riptide. And lane 8, Elle Odding with the Northfield Swim Club. Claire Krieg in lane 4 is in the lead with Riptide here. Pretty closely followed by lane 5, Cody Weber from Wasika. Claire turned first in lane 5, but very closely followed by Cody Weber in lane 4 was Claire. Cody Weber in lane 5. Claire's starting to pull away just a little bit here. Claire has definitely lengthened her lead now by almost a body length in lane 4. And others are starting to catch up with Cody Weber from lane 5. Finishing first in lane 4 is Claire Krieg with Riptide. Finishing second, lane 3, is Alice Gafke with Riptide. Finishing third was lane 6, Kaylin DeBroy with Riptide. Good job, everybody. Up next is heat number 10 out of 14. Looks like we've got a few scratch swimmers here. Let's take a look. All right, in lane 1 is Colton Schroeder with Waseca. Lane 4 is Tessa Lynch with Star Swimming. Lane 5 is Kaylee Clarity with the Aquajets. Lane 6 is Allie Peterson, Riptide. Lane 7 is Grace Martin, Riptide. Lane 8 is Isabel Rosenberg, Riptide. Very close match here between lanes 4 and 5. It's kind of a swim-off between Tessa Lynch with Star and Kaylee Clarity with the Aquajets. Kaylee with the Aquajets in lane 5 is pulled ahead by about a half a body length over Tessa Lynch from Star in lane 4. Holding pretty solid in third position is Colton Schroeder of Waseca in lane 1. Kaylee in lane 5 has increased her lead by just a little bit here. Almost a full body length at this point over Tessa Lynch in lane 4. Fairly close for third position, but it's still going to be Colton Schroeder in lane 1. And then in fourth is Allie Peterson in lane 6 with Riptide. All right, coming back to the finish line. Lane 5, Kaylee Clarity with the Aquajets will finish first with a 2:11.8. Over in lane 4 is second position. That's Tessa Lynch with Star with a 2:18.18. And coming in third was Colton Schroeder in lane 1 with a 2:18.58. Up next is heat number 11. We're getting near the end here of event number 1. I'm getting the swimmers set up here. And we'll get in the water in just a moment. Swimmers are on the blocks. Into the water they go. Lane number 1 is Joey Coons with Riptide. Lane 2, Sonia Smith with Northfield. Lane 3 is Sarah Lindmer with Riptide. Lane 4 is Lila Saltzman, Riptide. Lane 5 is Luca Malheros with the Aquajets. Lane 6 is Savannah Kirchhoff, Riptide. Lane 7 is Jenna O'Keefe with Riptide. And lane 8 is Liv Olinger with Riptide. Some good competition here for first place. However, Lila Saltzman with Riptide, lane 4, has just a slight lead over lane 5, Lucas Malheros with the Aquajets. They turned almost at the same moment down at the other end of the pool as they come back. Third place right now looks like it's Liv Olinger over in lane 8. Just behind, taking the turn first this time, is going to be Lucas Malheros of the Aquajets in lane 5. However, Lila Saltzman got a good push off and is fighting for that first place position in the pool at the moment in lane 4. Lila in lane 4, I think, has maybe got about a head length lead over lane 5, Lucas Mulheris. Lila had a great turn there as she went into it, lane 4, and has now taken the lead over by about 3/4 of a body length. Lane 1, which is Joey Kunze with Riptide, does appear at the moment to be in 3rd place. And in 4th place at the moment is lane 8, Liv Olinger with Riptide. Here they come back to the finish line. And touching first is lane 4, Lila Saltzman with Riptide. Second will be lane 5, Lucas Mulheris with the Aquajets. Third is Joey Kunze with Riptide. And 4th is lane 6. That's Savannah Kirchhoff. Great job, everybody. Next up is heat number 12. In lane 1 is Wes Knapp, Riptide. Lane 2 is Francis Anderson, Riptide. Lane 3, Maria Hagelin, Northfield. Lane 4, Caitlin Mello with Riptide. Lane 5, Evelyn Allen with the Aquajets. Lane 6 is Mackenzie Schroeder, Riptide. Lane 7 is Madeline Byrne, Riptide. And lane 8 is Leah Cayley with Riptide. Turning first is lane 6. That's Mackenzie Schroeder with Riptide. And in first place at the moment, followed very closely by lane 7, Madeline Byrne with Riptide. They are turning almost simultaneously down at the other end of the pool and fighting for that first place position throughout the entire length of the pool. It's difficult to call a third position right now. It's going to be between lanes 3 and 8. Lane 3 is Maria Hageland in Northfield, and lane 8 is Leah Cayley from Riptide. Wes Knapp in lane 1 is also fighting for third position. Wes is with Riptide. Mackenzie Schroeder and... oh, this is a tough one. I wanted to call that for Mackenzie Schroeder, but... I'm not sure. That's not Mackenzie Schroeder in lane 6, I don't believe. Could be wrong. Lane 7, Madeline Byrne, is in second place. First place right now is lane 6. Yep, lane 6 will go ahead and win it with a 2:02.19, followed by lane 7, Madeline Byrne, with a 2:05.35. Coming in third was lane 5. That's Evelyn Allen with a 2:10.63. Up next is heat number 13. We're almost there. We're gaining on it, folks. Remember, there's 14 heats in this event. Into the water they go. In lane 1 is Elena Pontrelli with Riptide. Lane 2 is Greta Wiskus with Omni. Lane 3 is Bryn Nanley with the Aquajets. Lane 4 is Riley Sheffer with the Aquajets. Lane 5 is Gwyneth Garage with the Aquajets. Lane 6 is Isla George with Riptide. Lane 7 is Heron Choi with the Aquajets. And lane 8 is Maddie Wenzel with Riptide. All right, leading at the moment now is lane 5. That's Gwyneth Grage with the Aquajets. Hard to call a second position as they are all so close. It's going to be between Isla George in lane 6 and Heron Choi, I believe, in lane 7. I think Isla George has got a bit of a lead there on Heron. Finishing first will be lane 5. That's Gwyneth Grage with the Aquajets. Second place is Isla George in lane 6 with the Riptide. And in third place is lane 7, Heron Choi with the Aquajets. Up next is Heat 14, our final heat of event number 1, the mixed 200-yard freestyle. Lane 1, Nora Kortum with Northfield. Lane 2 is Karen Lund with the Aquajets. Lane 3, Lucas Paul with Riptide. Lane 4, Gwen Moore with Riptide. Lane 5, Molly Seidel, the Aquajets. Lane 6, Stella Bouchard, Riptide. Lane 7, Catherine Bonneville, Riptide. Lane 8, Grant Seelig, Riptide. And Grant in lane 8 with Riptide is in the lead at the moment as he goes down to the other end of the pool. In second is lane 5. That's Molly Seidel with the Aquajets. Amy Parado, keep those corrections coming. Hopefully I see him in time. Thank you. All right, in lane 5 at the moment. Molly Seidel with the Aquajets is leading by, just a smidgen over Lucas Paul in lane 3. Here they come back to the finish line, back to the starting blocks. Touching first, it's going to be close, but I believe it's going to be, let's wait for it, Molly Seidel in lane 5 with the Aquajets. Second place is lane 3, Lucas Paul with Riptide with a 2:00.27. In third place was lane 4, Gwen Moore with a 2:02.59. Next up is heat number 2. This is the mixed 100-yard freestyle. This will be a 4-heat event. This is heat 1 of 4. And it appears we have 2 swimmers on the block. We have 1 scratch. And the swimmers are in the water. In lane 4 is Tegan Baynard with the Star Swim Team. And in lane 5 is Maddie Rudser with Riptide. Maddie is currently in the lead, heading down to the other end of the pool. Once again, this is the mixed 100-yard freestyle. And this is a 4-heat event. This is the first heat of 4. Maddie Rudser of Riptide in lane 5 is leading. As she goes down to the other end of the pool, she had a 5,500 turn or lap there. I should say 0.55 on her split. Maddie's lead is extending quite a bit here. She goes down to the other end of the pool. Tegan Baynard in lane 4 is with Star Swimming and in second position. All right, as Maddie Rutzer comes back to the starting blocks to finish the race, she will be in first place, and we'll wait for her to touch and get her time. And she touches in first place with a 2:00.84. Tegan Baynard with Star Swimming in lane 4 will touch with a 2:11.20. Next up is going to be heat number 2 of the mixed 100-yard freestyle. Swimmers are taking into the wall. Into the water they go. There they are. In lane 1, Elodie Weatherman with Riptide. Lane 3, Ben Kohler, Riptide. Lane 4, Jules Schmidt with the Aquajets. Lane 5, Harrison Carr, the Aquajets. Lane 6, Clarabelle Worsham, Riptide. And lane 7, Olivia Stutz, Northfield. Currently in the lead is lane 4. That's Jules Schmidt with the Aquajets. Very closely followed by lane 6. That's Clarabelle Worsham with Riptide. Third position is lane 5, Harrison Carr with the Aquajets. Lane 4, Jules Schmidt has lengthened her lead now and is about, a body length ahead of lane 5, Harrison Carr. Jules Schmidt in lane 4 for the Aquajets will come in first with a 1:32.07. Coming in second is going to be lane 5. That's Harrison Carr with Aquajets with a 1:36.19. Coming in third is Clarabelle Worsham with Riptide with a 1:38.41. Those are improvements on their previous times here. Great to see. Good swimming. Next up is heat number 3. All right, in lane 1 is Athena Chang with the Omni Otters. Lane 3 is Fiona Prill, Riptide. Lane 4 is Kane Teasdale, Aquajets. Lane 5, Lillian Newell with the Aquajets. Lane 6, Olivia Dubois, Riptide. Lane 7, Maddie Priest, Aquajets. And in lane 8, Elizabeth Meyer with Riptide. Lane 4, Kane Teasdale with the Aquajets is clearly in the lead here as a commanding lead. Kane comes into this event with a 1:19.43 time. In second place, it's kind of a fight between lanes 1 and 3. Lane 1 is Athena Chang with the Omni Otters. She comes into this with a 1:37 previous time. And Fiona Prill with Riptide is fighting her for that second position. Fiona has a 1:30.46 previously. Let's see how we finish here. Kane Teasdale with the Aquajets in lane 4 will finish with a 1:16.59. That's a nice improvement over her previous time. Oh, it's a fight to the end for second place. We have a soft touch on lane 3. Lane 3 was Fiona Prill with Riptide. And lane 5, which was Lillian Newell with the Aquajets, and a 1:26.01. Next up is our final heat here of this event. It's heat number 4 of the mixed 100-yard freestyle. Now this heat is an all Aquajets heat. Well, that's what they had listed here. We're getting the swimmers set here. Looks like we're missing a couple of swimmers at the end of the pool then. All right. In lane 1 is Abby Toft with the Aquajets. Again, this is an all Aquajets heat. Russian Carr is in lane 2. Lane 3 is Karen Lund. Lane 4 is Maggie Rhodes. Lane 5, Siri Gunmanson. Lane 6, Lily Schilling. And in the lead is lane 4, Maggie Rhodes. Not much of a challenge here for her. However, lanes 5 and 6 are fighting for second place. Lane 5 is Siri, and lane 6 is Lily. Lane 4, Maggie Rhodes will finish first with a time of 54.13. Second place, it's a fight to the end. Second place goes to lane 6, Lily Schilling with a .5880. And third place was lane 5, Siri Gunmanson with a 58.84. Great swimming, everybody. Just waiting for our last swimmer here, Karen Lund in lane 3 to finish. There we go, perfect. And Karen Lund finishes with a soft touch, but looks like it's maybe a 1:38.36. Next up is event number 3. This is the mixed 100-yard breaststroke. This will be heat number 1. Into the water they go. In lane 1, lane 2, we've got Lillian Carroll with the Aquajets. Lane 3, June Moore with Riptide. Lane 4, Lily Jones with the Aquajets. Lane 5 is Cole Callis with Riptide. And lane 6 is Hazel Bolton with Riptide. Leading the pack is lane 2. That's Lillian Carroll with the Aquajets. I do see the officials at the end of the pool staring very closely at these swimmers. Not sure if we've got anything going on, but we'll see. In second place, it is going to be Hazel Bolton at the moment in lane 6 with Riptide. Third place at the moment is looks like June Moore in lane 3 with Riptide. Lillian Carroll in lane 2 has got a pretty commanding lead here for the mixed 100-yard breaststroke as she goes down to the other end of the pool. This is a great stroke. Love to watch it. This one always looks like it's such a difficult stroke to do. It looks to me like it would be exhausting. But these kids are doing a great job. Lillian Carroll in lane 2 for the Aquajets will finish first as she's coming back now to touch, and she touches with a 141.35. Second place is going to be lane 6, Hazel Bolton with Riptide with a time of 148.67. Touching third is going to be lane 3, that's June Moore with Riptide. Lane 3, she has a 158.14. Lily Jones with the Aquajets in lane 4 is coming up here to finish out our event. And we'll move on to heat number 2. If I didn't mention it before, this is an 18-heat event. So coming up next is heat number 2 of 18 for the mixed 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers are in the water. Lane 1 is Nolan Luther with Riptide. Lane 2 is Morgan Sims Riptide. Lane 3 is Anna Berg Star. Lane 4, Evelyn Enderson with Riptide. Lane 5, Eddie McGarvey Riptide. Lane 6, Arroyo Thapa Riptide. Lane 7, June Holter with Riptide. And lane 8, Carter Callis with Riptide. They are fairly closely matched here. However, in lane 1, Nolan Luther with Riptide has a slight lead over the others. Oh, it's close, though, with 6. I'm not sure. Arroyo Thapa in lane 6 does have the lead at the moment. And Nolan Luther in lane 1 is in second place. It's all going to matter here. They're so close on these laps back and forth. In third place is lane 3 at the moment with Anna Berg from Star Swim Club. Remember, folks, if you've got any shout-outs you want for your swimmers, please let me know. I'll try to watch the comments here and get those shout-outs out to your swimmers. Got a pretty good crowd online as well as a pretty good crowd here in the pool area. All right, finishing first is lane 3. That's Anna Berg with the Star Swim team with a 136.06. Coming in second was Nolan Luther in lane 1 with Riptide with a 136.35. And in third place was lane 5. That's Eddie McGarvey with Riptide with a 144.68. Great swimming. Lane 2 came in fourth here. That's Morgan Sims with Riptide. She had a 150.14. Now, none of these swimmers apparently had times up to this point, so these are all first-time swims. Great times. We're waiting for Evelyn Andreessen in lane 4 with Riptide to finish, and we'll move on to our next heat. That's heat number 3 of the mixed 100-yard breaststroke. Now, like the last heat, these swimmers also have not swum this previously, as no times are showing. All right, in lane 1, Pratham Kurdecker with Riptide. In fact, this is an all Riptide heat. Lane 2 is Tashi Sinha. Lane 3 is Zachary Johnson. Lane 5 is Joella Hahn. And lane 7 is Adi Vidas. Well, let me switch the camera view for you here so you can see the full pool. Looks like it's a bit of a, well, I would say in the lead right now is Tashi Sinha in lane 2. It's a pretty tight contest, though, with lane 7. That's Adi Vidas. Adi Vidas has pulled ahead here now and is in the lead. Boy, we got a lot of officials staring out the other end, or at the start end of the pool here at all the lanes. We must have extra officials today. Addie Vitas in lane 7 is still leading with lane 7. Second place, I would say, is lane 2. That's Tashi Sinha. And in third place, it looks to be lane 5. That's Joella Hahn. Here they come down to the starting end of the pool to finish the race. Addie Vitas in lane 7 will come back and finish first. Again, this is an all Riptide heat. Addie will finish with a 1:57.18. Second place will go to Tashi Sinha in lane 2 with a time of 2:03.34. And third place is going to go to lane 5. That's Joella Hahn with a 2:14.73. Again, none of these swimmers had times previously. Coming in fourth will be lane 1. That's Pratham with Riptide and has a time of 2:23.53. And in lane 3, finishing things out, is Zachary Johnson with a time of 2:31.19. Next up will be heat number 5. All right, in lane number 2 is Susie Klumper. Let me get the camera changed there. Susie Klumper with Riptide. Lane 3 is Andrew Whiting with Northfield. Lane 4 is CB Ewig with Star. Lane 5 is Belle Wiegand with Riptide. Lane 6 is Ronan Ford with the Omni Otters. And lane 8 is Athena Morstead Ruiz with Star. And in the lead is Athena in lane 8. Fighting for second place is lane 2, Susie Klumper, and I would say lane 5, Belle Wiegand. However, I would say second place belongs to Susie Klumper by about a half a body length. There was a good turn there for Andrew Whited with Northfield in lane 3 to kind of push himself into a third position. Athena Morstead Ruiz with Star in lane 8 has a commanding lead. Not quite a half a pool length, but certainly close to that. Yeah, I would say about a half a pool length at this point now. Let me take a look here at her time as she comes back to the end of the pool to finish. Lane 8, Athena Morstead Ruiz with the Star Swim team will finish first with a 1:37.68. Again, none of these swimmers had beginning times coming into this event, so this is great to see. Now coming in second, it's going to be a fight between lanes 2 and 3, but lane 3 will touch first. That's Andrew Whited with Northfield, and he's soft-touched. And lane 2 will come in third, although the scoreboard shows it differently here. And lane 2 is Susie Klumper with Riptide, and that's a 1:55.81. Next up is heat number 5 of 18 of the mixed 100-yard breaststroke. Swimmers are getting set here. I'm going to go with what's on my paper here for the swimmers. Not sure if they made some changes or not. I think there's a change with lane 5, so I'm not positive. But I will tell you, in lane 1 is Ella Erickson, Riptide. Lane 2, Grant Larson, Omni Otters. Lane 3, Anna Spitzik, Riptide. Lane 4, Adrian Morelli, Riptide. And I believe there's a change with lane 5, but it was supposed to be Sam Sandquist with Star. Lane 6 is Belle Brousseau with Northfield. Lane 7 is Abby Christman, Riptide. And lane 8, Maya Hawk, Star Swimming Team. And in the lead right now is lane 7. That's Abby Christman with Riptide. Abby still has a fairly decent lead here going down to the other end of the pool in lane 7. A fight for second place, maybe even trying to get up there to first, would be lane 2 and 3. Lane 2 is Grant Larson with the Omni Otters, and lane 3 is Anna Spitzik with Riptide. Abby is still leading as she comes back to the other end of the pool here. Let's see if she can hang on to that lead over in lane 7. And she will. So lane 7, Abby Christman with Riptide will finish with a 1:34.20. Coming in second is lane 2, Grant Larson with the Omni Otters with a 1:35.79. And in lane 3, finishing third with a 1:37.43 is Anna Spitzik with Riptide. All right. Next up will be heat number 6. Again, there's 18 heats in this event for the event 3 mixed 100-yard breaststroke. Let's get all the swimmers set here. There we go. We got all the swimmers there. In lane 1 is Ray Vogt with the Aquajets. Lane 2, Nicholas Siegler with Riptide. Lane 3, Connor Brown, Riptide. Lane 4 is Izzy Rudser with Riptide. Lane 5, Clara Davis with Star Swim Team. Lane 6 is Evie Ferris with Riptide. Lane 7 is Sophia Geronimos with the Riptide Swim Team. And in lane 8 is Eli Thuft with Riptide. And currently in first is lane 7. That's Sophia Geronimos with Riptide with a pretty commanding lead here. In second place is going to be lane 8 right next to her with Eli Thuft, also with Riptide. And in third place, as we speak, is lane 1, Ray Vogt with the Aquajets. Elijah Bailey shouts out, "Go Bell!" Bell was in our last race. Sorry I didn't see that sooner. All right, still very commanding lead here and finishes. In first place is lane 7, Sophia Geronimos with Riptide with a 1:30.69. Second place goes to Eli Thuft in lane 8 with Riptide with a 1:37.98. And in third place it will go to lane 1, Ray Vogt with the Aquajets with a 1:46.53. These are first-time swims for all 3 of those swimmers. Great job, everybody. All right, next up is going to be heat number 7. Heat number 7 is mostly Riptide. However, lane 1 is going to be Star Swim Team. All right, they get into the pool here, and we'll switch the camera view for you. There we go. Lane 1 is Emir Arzmendia with Star Swim Team. Lane 2 is Quinn Hatelli with Riptide. Lane 3, Chloe Rath, Riptide. Lane 4, Layla Sheets, Riptide. Lane 5, Stella Phelps, Riptide. Lane 6 is Aaron O'Connell, Riptide. Lane 7 is my own Megan Rucci with Riptide. And lane 8, Alex Siegler with Riptide. In the lead as we speak is lane 5. That's Stella Phelps with Riptide. Hard to tell where second place is at the moment because they are so evenly paced here between lanes 2, 6, 7, and 8. Although I'm going to give it to lane 2 for second place at the moment. That's Quinn Hatelli. I'm going to say third place is lane 6, Aaron O'Connell. Fourth place is Megan Rucci at the moment. So let's see how this pace continues as they make the turn and come back to this end of the pool for the finish of the race. We'll get the close-up cam here to watch it in just a moment. Definitely going to be lane 5. Stella Phelps will come in first. Let's see what her time is here. Oh, the pool has gotten a little shaken up here with positions, but you know what? I think it's still holding with what we said. Stella Phelps in lane 5 will finish first with a 1:42.27. Second place is lane 2. That's Quinn Hatelli with a 1:48.95. Third place, well, it's tough here. Third place is showing Megan Rucci with a 1:50.37. However, lane 6, Aaron O'Connell had a soft touch. So it's one of them. Great job, swimmers. Next up is heat number 8. Almost halfway there. Remember, there are 18 heats in this event. All right, just getting swimmers on the blocks. Very quiet here in the pool area. Perfect. Okay, in lane 1 is Olive Sisson with Riptide. Lane 2 is Aaliyah Baynard with Star Swimming. Lane 3, Megan Siegler, Riptide. Lane 4, Ellie Wagner with Riptide. Lane 5 is Cameron Andrewson with Riptide. Lane 6 is Ivan Kircher with Riptide. Lane 7 is Julia Westholder with Riptide. Leading the pack is lane 6, Ivan Kircher. Second place, hard to tell. Could be lane 1 with Olive Sisson, or it could be lane 5 with Cameron. I'm going to give it to lane 1, Olive Sisson, and lane 2 there. Ivan Kircher is in the lead in lane 7. Here they come back to the other end of the pool to finish. Let's watch here. Lane 6 is Ivan Kircher. He will come in first with a 1:36.29. Coming in second is lane 1. That's Olive Sisson with a 1:41.91. And coming in third place is lane 5. That's Cameron Anderson with a 1:43.19. Heat number 9. We are halfway through the 18 heats of event number 3. This is the mixed 100-yard breaststroke. In lane 1 is Claire McKinley, Riptide. Lane 3 is Mary DePrisco, the Aquajets. Lane 4 is Eliana Heinel with Riptide. Lane 5 is Ruby Dalen with Riptide. Lane 6 is Araya Linsmeyer, Riptide. Lane 7 is Ethan Witrowski, Riptide. And lane 8 is Wei Zhang with the Omni Otters. We'll get the camera switched for you here. In the lead is lane 4. That's Eliana Heinel with Riptide. Second position right now is lane 1, Claire McKinley with Riptide. And third position is going to be lane 3. That's Mary DePrisco with the Aquajets. Eliana Heinel has got a pretty commanding lead here in lane 4 as she makes the final turn there at the end of the pool. In second position is still lane number 1. That's Claire McKinley. And in third place right now is Mary DePrisco with the Aquajets in lane 3. And they do finish in that position. Lane 4 is Eliana Heinel with Riptide with a 129.95. Lane 1 finishes with a 134.51, Claire McKinley. And in lane 3 is Mary DePrisco finishing with a 139.37 for the Aquajets. All right, we're gaining on her here. This is heat number 10 of 18.
Let's go!
All right. Looks like we have a couple of scratches here. Lane 1 is Mia Barton, Riptide. Lane 3 is Natalie Morrison, Omni Otters. Lane 4 is Owen Jenin with Riptide. Lane 5 is Will Kohler with Riptide. Lane 6, Jessica Yang, Riptide. And lane 8, Aria Lessinger with Riptide. In the lead is lane 4, Owen Jenin with Riptide. Second place currently is lane 1. That's Mia Barton, also with Riptide. And it's a fight for third position, but I believe it's going to be lane 5. That's Will Kohler with Riptide. Owen Jenin has lengthened his lead quite a bit here as he's commanding the pool as he makes his final turn in this 100-yard breaststroke.
Go, Mia! Go!
Owen Jenin of Riptide in lane 4 will finish first with a 131.45, followed by Mia Barton in lane 1 with Riptide. And that's a 133.96. Coming in third is going to be lane 5, Will Kohler with Riptide. And he will have a 143.73. Great job, swimmers. Next up is heat number 11. This heat will see all 8 lanes utilized. Swimmers are getting ready, and into the water they go. All right. In lane 1 is Sam Patterson of Riptide. Lane 2, Avery Carl with Star Swim Team. Lane 3, Parker Stuckey, Riptide. Lane 4 is Charlie Johnson, Riptide. Lane 5 is Megan Lee with the Aquajets. Lane 6, Lydia Hirschberger, Northfield. Lane 7 is Emmy Plone with Riptide. And in lane 8 is Kate Lebo with Riptide. This is a fairly closely matched event here as I see the swimmers coming back. Hard to tell who the actual first place position is, but I believe it's lane 4. That'll be Charlie Johnson with Riptide as he takes the turn first. No, does he? I take that back. Lane 5, Megan Lee took the turn first with the Aquajets in lane 5. Sorry about that. We're very closely matched between lanes 5, 7, and 8 at the moment. Lane 7 is Amy Plone with Riptide, and lane 8 is Kate Lebo with Riptide. Megan Lee in lane 5 continues to lead the pack down to the other end of the pool with lanes 7 and 8 close on her tail. They're all starting to pick up the pace here as they go back towards the finish line. This will be a great finish. Let's see what happens because I'm seeing in lane 8 Kate Lebo turning on the jets here. And Kate Lebo in lane 8 will come in first with a time of 1:34.50 for Riptide. Coming in second is lane 5. That's Megan Lee with the Aquajets with a 1:35.44. In third place is lane 7 with a 1:36.09. Emmy Plone for Riptide. Next up is going to be heat number 12. Swimmers are getting set. In lane 1 is Cecilia Kinney with Riptide. Lane 2 is James Anderson with Riptide. Lane 3, Roshan Zahn with the Aquajets. Lane 4 is Philip Simmering with Riptide. Lane 5 is Isabel Gurman with Riptide. Lane 6, Ava Veldman, Riptide. Lane 8 is Emma Leonard with Riptide. Very evenly paced here as they come back. Again, if you've got any shout-outs for your swimmers, just let us know here. Put them in the chat. I'll get them out over the webs. The interweb. These guys are really close here as they're going down to the other end of the pool. Hard to determine a true leader here, although I'm going to say that starting to pull away is lane number 1. That's Cecilia Kinney with Riptide. She will take the turn first, followed by lane 5, it looks like. Lane 5 is Isabel Gurman with Riptide. Coming back to the finish line here. Oh, it's going to be a tight finish. Almost photo finish. It's going to be, yes, lane number 3. That's Roshan Zahn with the Aquajets will take first with a 1:29.50. Second place goes to lane 5. That's Isabel Gurman with Riptide. And third place will go to lane 1. That's Cecilia Kinney with Riptide. Next up is heat number 13. All right, this is heat 13 of 18. And we'll get the swimmers for you here in a second. In lane 1 is Lauren Bach with Riptide. Lane 3 is Henrik Kortium with Northfield. Lane 4 is Mikhail Demidov with the Aquajets. Lane 5 is Tucker Case with Riptide. Lane 6, Nora Behrens with Riptide. And lane 8 is Eden Wolf with Riptide. Lane 5 takes the turn first. That's Tucker Case with Riptide. It is a really tight race. Lane number 1 is starting to catch up. Lane number 1 is Lauren Bach with Riptide. Lauren and Tucker are going neck and neck down to the other end of the pool. Oops, let me just switch that for you. Sorry about that. I think Tucker is back in the lead there. He had a pretty good turn. Yep, Tucker is definitely in the lead in lane 5. Let me switch back to the finish line here so you can see the touches. Tucker Case will finish in lane 5 for Riptide with a 125.88. Coming in second is lane 6. That's Nora Behrens with Riptide with a 129.41. And coming in third place is lane number 1, Lauren Bach with Riptide, and she has a 129.73. Next up is heat number 14. And again, this is heat 14 of 18 of event 3, mixed 100-yard breaststroke. Got a few scratches here. Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to get the swimmer straight. All right. In lane 1, in lane 1 is Addie Falcon with Riptide. Lane 2 is Hannah Johnson with the Star Swim team. I'm not sure if... Nope, Hannah's not here. Lane 3 is Ningli Chua with the Aquajets. Lane 4 is Brooke Bacon with the Omni Otters. Lane 5 is Joey Coons, Riptide. Lane 7 is Summer Moeller with Northfield. Leading the pack is lane 4. That's Brooke Bacon with the Omni Otters. Very close race, though, right behind her for second position, maybe even first, with lanes 3 and 5. Lane 3 is Ningli Chua with the Aquajets, and lane 5 is Joey Coons with Riptide. Joey Coons is really challenging Brooke in lane 4 now, and I believe that as he comes back here to the start, Joey Coons in lane 5 with Riptide will touch first with a 121.93. Soft touch with lane 4 coming in second. And coming in third is lane number 1, Addie Falcon with Riptide. All right, next up is heat number 15. Looks like all the swimmers are here this time. In lane 1 is Karen Deeb with Riptide. Lane 2, Lincoln Joyner, Riptide. Lane 3, Sydney Ebner, Northfield. Lane 4, Lila Saltzman, Riptide. Lane 5, Nikita Grinberg, Riptide. Lane 6, Peyton Holtgren with Northfield. Lane 7, David DePrisco, Aquajets. And lane 8, Maeve McCarran with the Aquajets. Lincoln Joyner in lane 1 is in the lead and will take the turn first. Very closely followed by multiple swimmers here in lanes 3, 4, and 5. All vying for that second and third and fourth position. They are right next to each other the whole way down the pool, with Lincoln leading the pack in lane 2. Lincoln Joyner will come in first here in lane 2 for Riptide. He will touch with a 115.54. Coming in second in lane 5 is Nikita Grinberg with a 117.94. Coming in third in lane 4 is Lila Saltzman with a 119.15. Next up is heat number 16. In lane 1 is Lucy Werdick with Riptide. Lane 2 is Maria Hagelin, Northfield. Lane 3 is Molly Blahoski, the Aquajets. Lane 4 is Arwen Soare with the Aquajets. Lane 5, McKenna Hultgren, Northfield. Lane 7, Hannah Stuckey, Riptide. And lane 8 is Evelyn Long with the Aquajets. Pretty tight race between lanes 4 and 5. Lane 4 is Arwen Soiree with the Aquajets. Lane 5 is McKenna Hultgren with Northfield. I would say that Arwen has a little bit of a lead in lane 4. Yep, definitely pulling away. So lane 4, Arwen Soiree with the Aquajets is leading, very closely followed by McKenna Hultgren from Northfield. This ought to be interesting to see as they turn on the Jets to come back to the other end of the pool here to finish, to see if she can hang on to her lead. Arwen Soiree will touch first in lane 4 for the Aquajets with a 1:16.04, followed by lane 5. McKenna Hultgren with a 1:17.15 for Northfield. And coming in third is lane 8, Evelyn Long with the Aquajets with a 1:22.65. Next up is heat number 17 of 18 of event 3, mixed 100-yard breaststroke. Into the water they go. In lane 1 is Katie Rucci with Riptide. Lane 2 is Rajanta Pollard with Star. Lane 3, Nora Kortum with Northfield. Lane 4, Felicia Simmering, Riptide. Lane 5, Edie McLaughlin, Northfield. Lane 6 is Lily Sisson with Riptide. Lane 7, Lainey Bell, Riptide. And in lane 8, Grace Warden with the Aquajets. Turning first is lane 6, Lily Sisson with Riptide. Let's see if we can see here. Boy, is this a tight race as well. These are great races. They're all starting to turn on the Jets. However, Lily Sisson is still in the lead. Boy, several people turning there. It's kind of a fight for second between Katie Rucci in lane 1 and lane 3, Nora Cortium with Northfield. Let's see what happens here as we come back to the finish line. Lily Sisson in lane 6 will finish first with a 1:14.64. Second place will go to lane 3. That's Nora Cortium with Northfield. We've got lots of soft touches. Third place will go to Katie Rucci with a 1:18.18 in lane 1 for Riptide. Next up is our final heat. Heat number 18 of the mixed 100-yard breaststroke. In lane 1 is Claire Wilkie with the Aquajets. Lane 2 is Madry Brazil with the Aquajets. Lane 3 is Greta Cortium with Northfield. Lane 4 is Faith Ring with Northfield. Lane 5 is Maya Dongsky with the Aquajets. Lane 6 is Molly Johnson with Riptide. Lane 6 is Schroeder with Riptide. Tyler Jellum of Waseca in lane 7 appears to be leading at the moment. They're all really swimming hard here. Hard to tell if we have a true leader. Let's see here as they come back here towards the finish. Now, I think Tyler is definitely in the lead. He's turning on the Jets as he comes back to this end of the pool. It's going to be a photo finish for the other swimmers. Tyler Jenham with Waseca in lane 7 touches first. Touching second is lane 4. That's Faith Ring with Northfield. Coming in third is lane 5. That's Mai Dongsky with the Aquajets. Next up is event number 4. This is the mixed 50-yard breaststroke. This is heat 1 of 3. Swimmers are getting set here. There they go. All right, they're into the pool. That's great. And lane 3 is Caleb Fett with the Omni Otters. Lane 4 is Jillian Streifel with Riptide. And lane 5 is Hui Chim Zhang with the Omni Otters. Jillian in lane 4 is leading the pack. Jillian is definitely still in the lead in lane 4. And it's a pretty tight race behind her, although I would say in lane 5, Hui Chim Zhang with the Omni Otters is probably in second. Swimmers are doing a great job out there. Caleb Fett with the Omni Otters is in lane 3. Looks like this is a first-time swim for Caleb. Jillian with Riptide in lane 4 will touch first with a soft touch. Looks like it's a 1:16.88 perhaps. Second place is going to be lane 5. That's Hui Chim Zhang. And touching third will be Caleb Fett in lane 3. Next up is heat number 2 of the mixed 50-yard breaststroke. Swimmers are getting set here. In lane 2 is Reagan Huberty with the Omni Otters. Lane 3 is Molly Engen with Riptide. Lane 4 is Elizabeth Meyer, Riptide. Lane 5, Maddie Priest, Aquajets. Lane 6, Elora Major, Riptide. And lane 7, Finley Reeves with the Aquajets. Turning first appears to be lane 5. That would be Maddie Priest with the Aquajets. Lane 5 appears to be followed closely by Elora Major from Riptide in lane 6. Pretty tight, though, for second place. Let's go and look at the finish line here as they come back. Lane 5, Maddie Priest with the Aquajets will finish first. Second place goes to lane 4. That's Elizabeth Meyer with Riptide. And third place goes to lane 6. That's Elora Major with Riptide. Next up is heat number 3. This will be our final heat of this event. In lane 1 is Gwyneth Herman, Riptide. Lane 2 is going to be George Vogt with the Aquajets. Lane 3, Wyatt Mullman, Aquajets. Lane 4, Abby Toft with the Aquajets. Lane 5, Lillian New with the Aquajets. Lane 6, Stella McCurdy, Riptide. Lane 7, Fiona Prill, Riptide. Lane 8, Darren Schmidt with Riptide. Lane 4 in the lead is Abby Toft with the Aquajets. Closely followed by lane 5, that's Lillian New with the Aquajets. Touching first is lane 4, Abby Toft with the Aquajets. Second place goes to lane 5. That's Lillian New, Aquajets. And touching third is Wyatt Melman with the Aquajets. Next up is event number 5. This is the mixed 200-yard backstroke. This will be a 5-heat event, and this is heat 1 of 5. We're going to get the swimmers out of the pool and replace them with the swimmers for this event. They'll be in lanes 3, 4, and 5 on your screen. There they go. In lane 3 is Emmy Dietz with Riptide. Lane 4 is Oscar Swenson with the Omni Otters. Lane 5 is Emily Samsel with Riptide. Emily Samsel with Riptide will turn first, followed by Emmy Dietz in lane 3. And Oscar Swenson in lane 4 is in third place. Now, all of these swimmers have no previous time, so this will be their first swim for this event. Emily Samsel in lane 5 is still in the lead with about a body length over her teammate, Emmy Dietz, in lane 3. Again, folks, if you have any other shout-outs you'd like me to make to the swimmers, let me know. We've got about 100 people watching, which is great. Emily Samsel in lane 5 is in the lead, followed by her teammate, Emmy Dietz, in lane 3. And again, in lane 4 is Oscar Swenson with the Omni Otters. Still in the lead is Emily Samsel from Riptide in lane 5, followed by lane 3, Emmy Dietz. I'm imagining if they can keep this pace up, that is how we'll finish. Again, this is heat 1 of 5 of the mixed 200-yard backstroke. Coming to the finish in lane 5 is Emily Samsel of Riptide with a 2:46.12. Second place will go to lane 3 with a 1:25.50 for Emmy Dietz of Riptide. And coming back to the finish line here in lane 3 is Oscar Swenson of the Omni Otters. He's about a half a pool length back at the moment. Here he comes. Oscar will finish with a soft touch. Next up is heat number 2 of the mixed 200-yard backstroke. All right, in lane 1 is Audrey Hagee with Riptide. Lane 2, Cameron Peterson, Riptide. Lane 3 is Layla Thau with Star Swim Team. Lane 4 is Liv Olinger with Riptide. Lane 5, Jewel Schmidt with the Aquajets. Lane 6, Claire McKinley with Riptide. Lane 7, Nikita Grinberg with Riptide. And lane 8, Emma Paul with Riptide. In the lead, in lane 7, is Nikita Grinberg with Riptide. Second place is lane 4 at the moment with Liv Olinger. And I would say in third place at the moment is lane 1, that's Audrey Hagee with Riptide. Nikita Grinberg in lane 7 has a pretty commanding lead. followed by Liv Olinger in lane 4, both with Riptide. And third place is currently being challenged. Hard to tell, probably lane 1 still, Audrey Hagee with Riptide. But it's close. It is very close. Remember, this is the 200-yard backstroke. Lots of swimming left here. Still in the lead is Nikita Grinberg in lane 7 with Riptide. And Nikita finishes with a 2:26.33. And coming in second is going to be Liv Olinger in lane 4 for Riptide. And she has a 2:43.10. In lane 8, Emma Paul will come in third with a 2:45.91. Great swim. Lane number 1, coming in fourth, is Audrey Hagee with Riptide with a 2:43.10 as well. I'm sorry, with a 2:46.97. We'll get it right. Some of those swimmers did not have previous time, so it was the first time for that event. Nice to see. All right, next up is heat number 3. We get all the swimmers in the water here. In lane number 1, Claire Krieg with Riptide. Lane number 2, let me switch the camera for you here. Lane number 2 is Jessica Bach with Riptide. Lane 3, Colton Schroeder with Wasika. Lane 4, Micah DeBelts with Riptide. Lane 5, Avery Jelinek with Riptide. Lane 6, Ruby Call, Riptide. Lane 7, Allie Peterson, Riptide. Lane 8 is Grace Martin with Riptide. And this is very evenly paced at the moment, but I think we're going to see some people pull out here as they make the turn. Boy, it's hard to tell. They are all swimming. Lane 1 through 6 are all very even as they go back and forth in the pool. And again, almost all of them take the turn at the exact same moment. Lanes 1 through 6. However, I'm starting to see lane 6 maybe pulling ahead just a little bit. Lane 6 is Ruby Call with Riptide. Still very close here, and it depends on the push they get. It's a fight between lane 5 and 6. Lane 5 is Avery Jelinek with Riptide. Lane 6 is Ruby Call with Riptide. They are both taking the turns at the same moment at the other end of the pool. Looking great. For third place, it's just as big a fight with lanes 2, 3, and 4. Lane 2 is Jessica Bach with Riptide. Lane 3 is Colton Schroeder with Wasika. And lane 4 is Micah DeBelts with Riptide. All right, we're starting to see a little bit of separation here with lane 5. Avery Jelinek with Riptide pulling ahead and appears to be in first place at this time. Second place is going to be lane 6, Ruby Call with Riptide. And third place looks like it's Micah DeBelts of Riptide in lane 4. And that is how they will finish. Lane 5, Avery Jelinek with a time of 2:30.42. Lane 6 is Ruby Call with Riptide with a 2:32.12. And lane 4, Micah DeBelts with 2:32.29. Next up is heat number 4 of 5 for our mixed 200-yard backstroke. Swimmers are in the water and set to start. There they go. Lane 1 is Samantha Graves, Riptide. Lane 2, Wes Knapp, Riptide. Lane 3, Leah Cayley, Riptide. Lane 4, Ella Holleran, Northfield. Lane 5, Grace Warden, Aquajets. Lane 6, Vivian Lenzen, Riptide. Lane 7, Jenna O'Keefe, Riptide. And lane 8, Chandler Offerman, Riptide. Pretty close here at the turn. Trying to see who got the best push off. Hard to tell because I think they're all very, very close here. We'll have to see as the swim goes along a little bit to see who's going to pull away. Let's see, at the other end of the pool, 3 of them turned at exactly the same moment. That's lanes 2, 4, and 5. Lane 2 is Wes Knapp for Riptide. Lane 4 is Ella Holleran with Northfield. And lane 5 is Grace Warden with the Aquajets. So let's see what happens here as they come back to this end of the pool. Very close. Now it's down to who gets the best push. Looks like perhaps lane 5, that's Grace Warden, but hard to tell. Wes Knapp in lane 2 also got a pretty good push. We have a shout out from Tara Call. Go Rubes! Ruby Call was in the last race, as you recall. I think the comments are coming in just a hair later. I will do my best to get them out there as soon as I see them. The kids love to see their names out here, and please continue to give the shout outs. They like to hear it. By the way, this is being simulcast to our lobby area where the swimmers are watching and waiting for their turn to swim. So go ahead, shout them out. All right, coming in first, this is going to be tight. Lane number 2, Wes Knapp turned on the Jets, came in with a 2:25.52 for Riptide. Coming in second is lane 6. That's Vivian Lenson with Riptide. Coming in third is lane 5, Grace Warden with the Aquajets. Next up is heat number 5. This is our final heat of event number 5, the mixed 200-yard backstroke. In lane 1 is Gwyneth Grog with the Aquajets. Lane 2, Lucas Paul with Riptide. Lane 3, Felicia Simmering, Riptide. Lane 5 is Catherine Bonneville with the Riptide. Lane 6, Taylor Hintz, Riptide. Lane 7, Elena Pontrelli, Riptide. And lane 8, Frances Anderson with Riptide. Leading the pack here, 2 swimmers, lanes 2 and 5. Lane 2 is Lucas Paul. Lane 5 is Catherine Bonneville, both of Riptide. As they head down to the other end of the pool, I'm watching to see who takes the turn first. Oh, there we go. I think it was lane 5, Catherine Bonneville, that took the turn first. Very closely followed by Lucas Paul in lane 2. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep this pace up. Catherine Bonneville in lane 5 is continuing to hold on to her lead against Lucas Paul in lane 2. Third place is a fight between lanes 1 and 6, it looks like. Lane 1 is Gwyneth with the Aquajets, and lane 6 is Taylor Hintz with Riptide. Catherine Bonneville still has about a body length or so lead over Lucas Paul, and Lucas is in lane 2. Once again, this is our final heat of event number 5, the mixed 200-yard backstroke. And coming in first, Catherine Bonneville of Riptide in lane 5 with a 2:12.98. Second place goes to Lucas Paul in lane 2 with a 2:14.14 for Riptide. And in third place is Taylor Hintz in lane 6 for Riptide with a 2:22.49. Next up is event number 6. This is our mixed 50-yard backstroke. This is a 14-heat event. This is heat 1 of 14. Swimmers are taking their mark. And there they go. In lane 2 is June Holter with Riptide. Lane 3, Miles Pop with Wasika. Lane 4, Harley Anderson with the Omni Otters. Lane 5, Avi Ackerman with Northfield Swim Club. Lane 6 is Pratham Kurdecker with Riptide. And lane 7 is Ruby Otterblad with Northfield. As they come back here, again, this is the Event 6 mixed 50-yard backstroke. Coming back to the finish line first in lane 7 is Elena Pontrelli with Riptide. I'm sorry, it is Pratham Kurdek rather with Riptide. And that's a soft touch, so I can't get the time there. Coming in second is lane 2. Lane 2 is June Holter with Riptide. Coming in third was lane 3, Miles Pop with Wasika. And coming in fourth at exactly the same time, well, it looks like lane 5, and that was Avi Ackerman with Northfield. Next up is heat number 2 of the mixed 50-yard backstroke. Swimmers are getting set here. Baynard with Star. Lane 3, Maddie Rutzer with Riptide. Lane 4, Lucy Carlson, Northfield. Lane 5, Rowan Hawk, Star. Lane 6, Lydia Fisher with the Aquajets. And lane 8, Maxwell Jarvie with the Aquajets. In first place right now, coming back to the finish here. It looks like it's going to be lane 4. That's Lucy Carlson with Northfield. Second place is going to be right next to her, lane 5, Rowan Hawk with the Star Swim team. And third, on her other side, is going to be lane 3. That's Maddie Rutzer with Riptide. Next up is heat number 3 of 14 of event 6, the mixed 50-yard backstroke. Swimmers are exchanging places in the water and getting set. Got some excited parents here behind me. I don't know if you can hear them. In lane 1 is Jillian Streifel, Riptide. Lane 2, Molly Engen, Riptide. Lane 3, Harrison Carr, the Aquajets. Lane 4, Ella Erickson, Riptide. Lane 5, Carter Callis, Riptide. Lane 6, Zachary Johnson, Riptide. Lane 7, Abby Gilson, Wasika. And lane 8, Clara Davis, the Star Swim team. Coming back to the finish line, it's going to be a tight one here, but it does look like lane 2, that's Molly Engen with Riptide, should finish first. No, maybe I'm wrong. That's lane 3. But the way the scoreboard shows it is lane number 4, Ella Erickson of Riptide touched first, followed by lane 2, Molly Engen, and third was lane 7. Lane 7 was Abby Gilson. Next up is heat number 4. All right, heat number 4. We've got lane 1, Elodie Weatherman, Riptide. In fact, they're all Riptide on this heat. Lane 2 is Tashi Sinha. Lane 3 is June Moore. Lane 4 is Jake Rasmussen. Lane 5, Evelyn Andreessen. And lane 8, Ethan Thompson. Leading the pack is lane 4. That's Jack Rasmussen. Here they come back. Finishing first will be lane 4. That is Jack Rasmussen with a follow-up. Let's see who touches second. Looks like lane 5. Lane 5 is Evelyn Andreessen. And touching third is lane 1. That's Elodie Weatherman. Next up is heat number 5. All right, in lane 1 is Cole Kalu with Riptide. Lane 2 is Alex Siegler with Riptide. Lane 3 is Kayla Schroeder, Riptide. Lane 4 is Araya Linsmeyer, Riptide. Lane 5, Ben Kohler, Riptide. Lane 7, Izzy Rutzer, Riptide. Lane 8 is Amir Arzamandia with Star. Finishing first will be lane 3, Nora Ferris. I'm sorry, lane 3, Kayla Schroeder with Riptide. Finishing second is lane 5, Ben Kohler with Riptide. And third place goes to lane 2. That's Alex Siegler with Riptide. Next up is heat 6. Trying to keep track of some of the swimmer changes here. Swimmers are getting in the water here for heat number 6. There they go. In lane 1, Aaliyah Baynard with Star. Lane 2 is Joe Howie with Riptide. Lane 3 is Nora Ferris, Riptide. Lane 4 is Athena Chang with the Omni Otters. Lane 5, Abigail Olson with Riptide. Lane 6 is Aiden Sellen with Riptide. Lane 7, Sloan Tussing, Northfield. And Lane 8, Clarabelle Worsham with Riptide. Coming back to the finish line here in lane 6 is Aiden Salen with Riptide finishing first. Second place goes to lane 7, Sloan Tussing with Northfield. And third looks like it was, I think it was lane 3, Nora Ferris. Scoreboard also shows lane 5 because I think there was a soft touch with Nora, but lane 5 was Abigail Olson with Riptide. Next up is heat number 7.
Number 7.
Couple of scratches here on this one. Oh, swimmers are getting set. There we go. A couple of corrections here that they're making with the swimmer's position. There they go. Lane number 1 is Mason Francis, Riptide. Lane number 2 is Addie Vitas, Riptide. Lane number 3 is Savannah Scrafford, Riptide. Lane 6, Olivia Rooney, Riptide. Lane 7, Belle Wiegand, Riptide. Lane 8, Connor Brown, Riptide. With the scratches, it made it an all Riptide heat. Coming to the finish line first is going to be lane 7. That's Bell. And that is going to be followed by a soft touch, I believe, in lane 8. That was Connor Brown. Lane 3 is Savannah Scrafford. Followed by lane 2, which is Addie Vitas. Next up is heat number 8 of 14 of event 6. That's the mixed 50-yard backstroke you've been watching. All right, here we go. Swimmers are getting set here. Lane 1, Fiona Prill, Riptide. Lane 2, Finley Reeves, Aquajets. Lane 3, Javier Lafitte, Riptide. Lane 4, Burke O'Donnell, Riptide. Lane 6, Adrian Morell, Riptide. Lane 7, Olivia Dubois, Riptide. And Lane 8, Layla Sheets, Riptide. Looks like right now lane 3 is in the lead, coming back here to the start for their finish. Lane 3, Javier will finish for Riptide in first position, followed by lane 6. That's Adrian Morel with Riptide. And coming in third was lane 4, and that was Burke O'Donnell for Riptide. Next up is heat number 9. All right, in lane 1, Danica Myers, Riptide. Lane 2, Quinn Hatelli, Riptide. Lane 3, Anita Mitsura, Northfield. Lane 4, Megan Lee, Aquajets. Lane 5, Drew Shalm with Northfield. Lane 6, Lily Jones, Aquajets. Lane 7, Eddie McGarvey, Riptide. Lane 8, Megan Siegler, Riptide. These 50s are so fast, down and back, it's hard to really see exactly here. Now let's see, it looks like this is close. This is very close. We're showing here on the scoreboard that coming in first was lane 1. Lane 1 was Danica Myers. Coming in second, lane 7, Eddie McGarvey with Riptide. And third place was lane 4, Megan Lee with the Aquajets. Next up will be heat number 10. This is 10 of 14. All right, they're in the water. In lane 1, Maya Hawk with Star. Lane 2, Ellie Wagner with Riptide. No one in lane 3. Lane 4, Julia Westholder. Lane 5, Ethan Witrowski, Riptide. Lane 6, Elliot Lesh, Riptide. Lane 7, Bella Watney with Northfield. And lane 8, Annabelle Schultz with Riptide. Touching first, lane 7, that's Belle Watney with Northfield. Touching second is lane 4, that's Julia Westholder. And third was lane 5, Ethan Witrowski, both of Riptide. All right, up next is heat number 11. We've got all 8 lanes, it looks like, here in heat number 11. There they go. Lane number 1, Vivi Acosta, Riptide. In fact, this is an all Riptide heat. Sophia Renato. Lane 3, Will Kohler. Lane 4, Natalie Streifel. Lane 5, Nicole Cambry. Lane 6, Helen Higginbotham. Lane 7, Kieran Sokoli. And lane 8, Addie Plone. Coming back to the finish line, very close. We're going to have to see this on the scoreboard here, but finishing first is going to be lane 7, Kieran Sokoli. Coming in second, lane 6, is Helen Higginbotham, and coming in third is lane 5. That's Nicole Cambry. Next is heat number 12. Swimmers are getting set. In lane 1 is Hazel Bolton with Riptide. Lane 2 is Ray Vogt with the Aquajets. Lane 3, Mary DePrisco with the Aquajets. Lane 4, Philip Simmering with Riptide. Lane 5, Morgan Sims, Riptide. Lane 6, Ellie Sidaros, Riptide. Lane 7, Lillian Carroll, Aquajets. And lane 8, Kane Teasdale with the Aquajets. All right, finishing first was lane 7, Lillian Carroll with the Aquajets. Lane 6 finished second. That's Ellie Sidaros with Riptide. Lane 5 came in third. And that is Morgan Sims with Riptide. Next up is heat number 13. Swimmers take their mark, and there they go. Lane 1, Emma Dirksen, Riptide. Lane 2, James Anderson, Riptide. Lane 3, Owen Jenin, Riptide. Lane 4, Tucker Case, Riptide. Lane 5, Laney Bell, Riptide. Lane 6, Lucas Carr, the Aquajets. Lane 7, Parker Stuckey, Riptide. Lane 8, Callie Chua with the Aquajets. Finishing first is lane 5, that's Laney Bell. Finishing second is lane 4, that's Tucker Case. And finishing third was lane 3, that's Owen Jenin, all with Riptide. Next up is heat 14. This is our final heat of event 6, the mixed 50-yard backstroke. Lane 1, Ningli Chua with the Aquajets. Lane 2, Iris Polvoni, Riptide. Lane 3, Catherine Deeb, Riptide. Lane 4, Allie Peterson, Riptide. Lane 5, Avery Jelinek, Riptide. Lane 6, David DePrisco, the Aquajets. Lane 7, Eli Thuft, Riptide. And lane 8, Andrew Deeb, Riptide. As they come back here to the finish, wow, this is going to be tight again. And lane 2 will take first. That's Iris Polvoni with Riptide. Coming in second was lane 8, Andrew Deeb. And coming in third was lane 4, Allie Peterson, all of Riptide. Next up is event number 7. This is the mixed 100-yard butterfly. There'll be one. This is the first heat of 9. Now, none of these swimmers have previous times, so this will be a first swim in this event. In lane 3 is Oscar Swenson of the Omni Otters. Lane 4 is Eben Binkley of Riptide, and lane 5 is Mari Early of Riptide. Mari Early in lane 5 is in the lead, followed by Eben Binkley in lane 4. And in third place right now is Oscar Swenson of the Omni Otters in lane 3. Finishing first was lane 5, Mari Early with Riptide. Finishing second is going to be lane 4. That's Eben Binkley with Riptide. And finishing in third, lane 3, Oscar Swenson with the Omni Otters. As soon as he comes back, he's about a little less than a half a pool length back. Again, there'll be 9 heats here of event 7, the mixed 100-yard butterfly. All right, here's heat number 2. Lane 1, Ben Fisher with the Aquajets. Lane 2, Roya Thapa with Riptide. Lane 3, Ronan Ford, Omni Otters. Lane 4, Drew Schlom with Riptide, Northfield. Lane 5, Aaron O'Connell with Riptide. Lane 6, Abby Christman, Riptide. Lane 7, Mia Barton with Riptide.
Number 3.
Once again, this is heat number 3. Finishing first was lane 5, that's Emmy Plone. Finishing second was lane number 1, Lucas Jones with the Aquajets. And third, I believe, was lane 3, Sam Fisher with the Aquajets. Next in was lane 6, and that was Anita Matsura with Northfield. Next up is heat number 4. In lane 1, Emmy Dietz, Riptide. Lane 2, Dalen Schmidt, Riptide. Lane 3, Nora Behrens, Riptide. Lane 4, Kyle Hadsel, Riptide. Lane 5, Preston Kalnin, Riptide. Lane 6, Mila Agalu, Riptide. Lane 7, Emma Paul, Riptide. Lane 8, Nick Johnson, Star Swim Team. Once again, this is heat number 4 of event 7, the mixed 100-yard butterfly. Finishing first was lane 3. That's Nora Behrens. Followed by lane 4. That's Kyle Hadsel, both of Riptide. And finishing third was lane 5. Lane 5 was Preston Kalnin, also of Riptide. Next up is heat number 5 of event 7, mixed 100-yard butterfly. And as a reminder, there are 9 heats in this event. Sorry, I got the fan kind of blowing on the microphone here. It's been doing that all meet. Into the water they go. Lane 1 is Kaylin DuBois, Riptide. Lane 2, Ilona Delaney, and that's Riptide. Lane 3 is Ayla Sambo, the Aquajets. Lane 4 is Brooke Bacon of the Omni Otters. Lane 5 is Ava Veldman of Riptide. Lane 6, Belle Brousseau of Northfield. Lane 7, Madison McKinney, Riptide. And lane 8, Kaylee Clarity of the Aquajets. Brooke Bacon in lane 4 of the Omni Otters will take first, followed by lane 3, Ayla Sambo of the Aquajets. And in third place was lane 8, Kaylee Clarity with the Aquajets. Next up is heat number 6. In lane 1 is Lucas Melheros with the Aquajets. Lane 2, Hannah Stuckey, Riptide. Lane 3, Samantha Graves, Riptide. Lane 4, Nikita Grinberg, Riptide. Lane 5, Madeline Byrne, Riptide. Lane 6, Joey Coombs, Riptide. Lane 7, Alice Gaffke, Riptide. And lane 8, Hannah Johnson with the Star Swim Team. Finishing first was lane 5. That's Madeline Byrne with Riptide. Coming in second, lane number 1, Lucas Meleros with the Aquajets. Coming in third was lane 4, Nikita Greenberg. Next up is heat number 7. Lane number 1 is Bianca Silky, Northfield. Lane number 2, Heron Choi, the Aquajets. Lane number 3, Savannah Kirchhoff with Riptide. Lane number 4, Cody Weber, Wasika. Lane number 5, Alyssa Bauer, Riptide. Lane number 6, Chandler Offerman, Riptide. Lane number 7, Caitlin Mello, Riptide. And lane number 8, Harrison Stroop, the Aquajets. Next up is heat number 8. What happened to our sound there, folks? Apologize. In the water they go, heat number 8. Lane number 1, Molly Blahoski, that's the Aquajets. Lane 2, Greta Wiskus, Omni Otters. Lane 3, Siri Gudmundsson with the Aquajets. Lane 4, Lily Sisson, Riptide. Lane 5, Lily Schilling, Aquajets. Lane 6, Lucy Werdick, Riptide. Lane 7, Maya Dungsgoski, Aquajets. And lane 8 would be Lila Saltzman, Riptide. Coming back to the finish here. Lane number 4, Lily Sisson with Riptide will come in first, followed by Greta Wiskus of the Omni Otters in lane 2. And in third place, in lane number 5, is Lily Schilling with the Aquajets. Next up is heat number 9. This is our final heat of event 7, the mixed 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1 is Olivia Howie with Riptide. Lane 2 is Grant Seelig with Riptide. Lane 3 is Molly Siddell with the Aquajets. Lane 4 is Maggie Rhodes, Aquajets. Lane 5 is Molly Johnson, Riptide. Lane 6, Evelyn Allen with the Aquajets. Lane 7, Stella Bouchard with the Riptide. And lane 8, Madry Breezil with the Aquajets. Next up is event number 8. This is the mixed 50-yard butterfly. There'll be 2 heats. This is heat number 1. In the water they go. In lane 2, Caleb Fett with the Omni Otters. Lane 3, Sui Chim Zhang with the Omni Otters. Lane 4, Maddox Friend with the Aquajets. Lane 5, Olivia Stutz with Northfield. And lane 6, Reagan Huberty with the Omni Otters. Finishing first appears to be lane 5, Olivia Stutz with Northfield. Coming in second is going to be lane 6. That's Reagan Huberty with the Omni Otters. And coming in third, looks like it's going to be lane number 2. That's Caleb Fett, also with the Omni Otters. Next up is our last heat of this event. It's heat number 2 of event 8, mixed 50-yard butterfly. In lane 1 is Savannah Scrafford, Riptide. Lane 2, Elora Major, Riptide. Lane 3, Helen Higginbotham, Riptide. Lane 4, it's, looks like Elijah Gunmanson of the Aquajets. Sorry about that. Lane 5, Elliot Lesh, Riptide. Lane 6, Lillian New with Aquajets. Lane 7, Gwyneth Herman, Riptide. And lane 8, Maddie Priest with the Aquajets. Coming in first is going to be lane number 3. That's Helen Higginbotham from Riptide. Coming in second is going to be Lillian New in lane 6. That's the Aquajets. And in third is lane 5, Elliot Lesh with Riptide. Next up is event number 9. This is our mixed 200-yard IM. There'll be 7 heats. This will be heat number 1. There'll be 4 swimmers in heat number 1 here. None of these swimmers have times yet in this event, so this will be their first swim for this event. In lane number 1 is Anna Berg with Star Swim Team. Lane 2 is Abby Toft with the Aquajets. Lane 5, Cameron Peterson, Riptide. And lane 6, Nisha Naughton with Riptide. By the way, I do see that the scoreboard is a little bit blurry. There's not much I can do about it. That was a last-minute fix that I did by repositioning one of the static webcams and just kind of pointed it towards the scoreboard and zoomed in. And unfortunately, with that kind of camera, I can't control much with the focus. I'll try to play with it, but just to let you know, that's the best it is at the moment. So the regular scoreboard feed wasn't working. So I will do what I can. Thank you. Well, I clicked the autofocus multiple times there. I think you can see that. It's having a hard time focusing here for some reason. Not sure what's going on there, but let's go with that. How's that sound? That's going to be the best we can do at the moment, so. Yeah, I apologize for that. Again, this is a last-minute fix we did just to get you the scoreboard on the screen. All right, finishing first was lane 5. That was Cameron Peterson. Second was lane 3. That was Anna Berg. And lane 4 was third. And that was Abby Toft. Up next is heat number 2. All right, in lane 1 is Athena Morstead Ruiz with Star Swim Team. Lane 2, Abby Greengard with the Omni Otters. Lane 3, Grant Larson with the Omni Otters. Lane 4, Beth Bryson with Star Swim Team. Lane 5, Roshan Khan with the Aquajets. Lane 6, Araya Leisinger with Riptide. Lane 7, Nora Kafflish with the Omni Otters. And lane 8, Summer Moeller with Northfield. All right, looks like lane 5 is in the lead. Lane 5 is going to be Roshan with the Aquajets. Hard to tell here, though. I was messing with the camera a little bit for the scoreboard. Let's just see what happens here. Again, if you have any shout-outs for your swimmers, they are watching the simulcast in the lobby area or in the area where the TVs are. So they will hear it when I announce the name, so go ahead and give a shout-out to your favorite swimmer. Coming in first place was lane 7. That's Nora Kafflish, and she's with the Omni Otters. Coming in second was lane 8. That's Summer Moeller with Northfield. Coming in third, lane 5, that's Roshan Khan with the Aquajets. And fourth is lane number 1, Athena with Star Swim. Next up is heat number 3 of 7. This is the mixed 200-yard IM.
And they're off.
In lane 1, Edie McLaughlin with Northfield. Lane number 2, Lydia Hirschberger, Northfield. Lane number 3, Isabel Gurman, Riptide. Lane 5, Madison Carr, Aquajets. Lane 7, Sophia Geronimus, Riptide. And lane 8, Avery Carl, Star Swim Team. By the way, I will be getting that scoreboard feed fixed for tomorrow. So for those of you that are going to join us tomorrow, we'll get some of these things fixed. It was working when we started, and then we lost the feed. So please come back tomorrow. The kids would love your support. We'd love to have you. Should be a good event. Lane number 4, that's Madison Carr is leading the pack, followed by lanes 1 and 3 at the moment. Lane 1 is Edie McLaughlin of Northfield. And lane number 3 is Isabel Gurman from Riptide. All right. Finishing first was lane number 4. That's Madison Carr of the Aquajets. Finishing second, right next to her, Isabel Gurman of Riptide, lane 3. And finishing third was lane 1, Edie McLaughlin of Northfield. Next up is heat number 4 of 7 for event number 9, the mixed 200-yard IM. Into the water they go. In lane number 1, Jenna O'Keefe, Riptide. Lane 2, Arwen Soiree with the Aquajets, rather. Lane 3, Jessica Bach, Riptide. Lane 4, Katie Rucci, Riptide. Lane 5, Vivian Linson, Riptide. Lane 6, Evelyn Long, the Aquajets. Lane 7, Isabel Rosenberg, Riptide. And lane 8, Ella Holleran, Northfield. And we have a shout out from Ronnie Dufresne. Go Katie Rucci. Speaking of Katie Rucci, she is in the lead in lane 4 for Riptide, followed very closely by lane 5, Vivian Lenson. And fighting Vivian Lenson for position is going to be lane 2. That's Arwen Soiree of the Aquajets. Katie lengthens her lead here at the turn, and she's a good 2 body lengths ahead of Vivian Lenson in lane 5. And then behind them, just by a little bit, is lane number 2, Arwen Soiree with the Aquajets. All right, here we go. They're coming home. Finishing first will be lane 4, Katie Rucci for Riptide with a 2:30.14, followed by lane 5, Vivian Lenson. And in third place, lane 2, Arwen Soiree. Great job, everybody. I have a shout out to McKenna and Peyton Hultgren and the Northfield Swim Club. That's from James Hultgren. Next up is heat number 5. Got another shout out for you from Gretchen Clausen. Shout out and congratulations to Danica Myers. Heat number 5, lane 1 is Maya Dongoski with the Aquajets. Lane 2, Lily Sisson with Riptide. Lane 3, Harrison Stroop, Aquajets. Lane 4, Evelyn Allen, Aquajets. Lane 5, Olivia Howie, Riptide. Lane 6, Leah Cayley, Riptide. Lane 7, Richanta Pollard, Star. And lane 8, Isla George with Riptide. It's pretty close here for first position between lanes 1, 2, and 5, I would say. Lane 1 is Maya Degnoski with Aquajets. I'm sorry, make that lane 2. Lily Sisson is in the lead. She has pulled ahead. That great swim, great turn. Very close for second between lane 1, Maya Degnoski, and lane, looks like 5. Lane 5 is Olivia Howie with Riptide. The Jets are getting turned on here. Lanes 1 and 2 between Maya and Lily is a battle with Lily in the lead. Lily's got about a half a body length on Maya in lane 1. There they go. Took the turn for their last legs here of this event, or of this heat rather, for them. Lily takes the final turn, is in the lead in lane number 2, and is coming home. Lily will finish first in lane number 2 for Riptide with a 2:22.98, followed by lane number 1, Maya with the Aquajets with a 2:26.06. Third place goes to lane 8, Isla George with 2:28.93. Great swims, everybody. Got a couple more shout-outs here. Ronnie Dufresne, yay, Katie. Amy Parado, go Riptide. And Chris George, Rucci, nice swim. Next up is heat number 6. We'll get it right. And they are off. In lane 1, Mackenzie Schroeder with Riptide. Lane 2, Claire Wilkie with the Aquajets. Lane 3, Felicia Simmering, Riptide. Lane 4, McKenna Hultgren, Northfield. Lane 5, Catherine Bonneville, Riptide. Lane 6, Frances Anderson, Riptide. Lane 7, Tessa Lynch, Star. And in lane 8, Riley Sheffer with the Aquajets. Leading the pack at this time is lane number 2. That's Claire Wilkie of the Aquajets. Very closely contested by lane number 4, McKenna Hultgren with Northfield. A lot of swimming left here in this one. Let's see what happens. Claire Wilkie in lane number 2 is still in first place as she comes back to this end of the pool. Very close for positions 2 and 3, though, between lanes 4 and 5. Lane 4 is McKenna Hultgren of Northfield, and lane 5 is Catherine Bonneville of Riptide. Chris George, another shout out. Go Isla! If you recall, Isla came in 3rd in the last race. Claire Wilkie of the Aquajets in lane number 2 has lengthened her lead just a little bit. She is about a quarter of a pool ahead. Still, the fight goes on between lanes 4 and 5 for the second position. Lane 4 again was McKenna with Northfield, and lane 5 was Catherine Bonneville with Riptide. All right, here they come back for the finish. It will be lane 2, Claire Wilkie with the Aquajets coming in first with a 2:18.21. Coming in second is lane 5, Catherine Bonneville, turned on the Jets, came back with a 2:22.59. Third place goes to lane 4, Felicia Simmering. And Felicia with Riptide, and she's coming back with a 2:23.54. Sorry about the focus on the scoreboard. Doing my best there. It's on auto focus. Something's happening here. There is no manual focus in that camera, unfortunately. All right. Next up is heat number 7. All right, there they go in the water. Lane 1, Greta Cortuum with Northfield. Lane 2, Stella Bouchard, Riptide. Lane 3, Olivia Dolan with Riptide. Lane 4, Molly Johnson, Riptide. Lane 5, Lincoln Joyner, Riptide. Lane 6, Taylor Hintz, Riptide. Lane 7, Faith Ring, Northfield. And lane 8, Peyton Hultgren, Northfield. Pretty good pace going here between lanes 3, 5, and 8, I would say. Lane 3 is Olivia Dolan. 5 is Lincoln Joyner. Lane 8 is Peyton Hultgren. Although I got to tell you, the other lanes are really trying to keep up there, and we might see some swimmers kind of pick it up here and challenge them for those positions. Next up is event number 10. This is our mixed 100 IM. There'll be 11 heats in this event. This will be heat 1 of 11. There they go in lane 3, Lily Crawford with Riptide. Lane 4, Maddox Friend, Aquajets. Lane 5, Abigail Olson, Riptide. And lane 6, Ruby Otterblad with Northfield. Finishing first was lane number 5. Lane 5 is Abigail Olson with Riptide. And a soft touch for lane number 6, Ruby Otterblad of Northfield.
Heat number 2. Heat number 2.
Next up is heat number 2 of event 10, mixed 100 IM. In lane 1 is Aiden Sellen with Riptide. Lane 2 is Hui Chim Zhang, the Omni Otters. Lane 3, Burke O'Donnell, Riptide. Lane 4, Joel Howie, Riptide. Lane 5, Aditi Shamaraj, Riptide. Lane 6, Nicholas Siegler, Riptide. Lane 7, Ella Erickson, Riptide. Lane 8, Javier Lafitte, Riptide. All right, coming in first was lane number 8. That's Javier Lafitte with Riptide. Coming in second, lane number 1, Aiden Solin with Riptide. Coming in third was lane 4, Joe Howie with Riptide. All right, up next is heat number 3. This again is heat 3 of 11 for event 10, the 100-yard IM. In lane 1 is Connor Brown of Riptide. Lane 2, Matthias Cordium with Northfield. Lane 3, Reagan Huberty of the Omni Otters. Lane 4, Evie Ferris with Riptide. Lane 5, Lucy Carlson, Northfield. Lane 6, Ethan Thompson, Riptide. Lane 7, Joella Hahn, Riptide. And lane 8, George Vogt with the Aquajets. Next up is heat number 4. All right, folks, in lane number 1 is Lauren Colmy with Riptide. It's all Riptide in this heat. Addie Plone, Nora Ferris, Stella McCurdy, Olivia Rooney, Mason Francis, Adrian Morell, and Jack Rasmussen. Next up is heat number 5. This is 5 of 11 for event 10, mixed 100 IM. In lane 1, Athena Chang, Omni Otters. Lane 2, Jules Schmidt, Aquajets. Lane 3, Danica Myers, Riptide. Lane 4, Gwyneth Herman, Riptide. Lane 5, Ray Vogt with the Aquajets. Lane 6, Laurel Benson, Northfield. Lane 7, Andrew Whited, Northfield. And Bethel DeWalt in lane 8 with the Omni Otters. Going on here. We got a little weird switching going on. There we go. Now we got it working.
Number 6.
All right, heat number 6. In lane 1 is Alora Major from Riptide. Lane 2, Kayla Schroeder, Riptide. Lane 3, Julia Westholder from Riptide. Lane 4, Louis Zhang with the Omni Otters. Lane 5, Kieran Sokoli, Riptide. Lane 6, Sloan Tussing with Northfield. Lane 7, Jessica Yang, Riptide. Lane 8, Amelia Holt with Riptide. Lane number 5 is in the lead. Lane number 5 is Li Zhang. And lane number 5 will take first. Second place will go to lane number 7. That's Jessica Yang of Riptide. And third place goes to lane number 2. That's Kayla Schroeder from Riptide. Next up is heat number 7. And again, that's heat 7 of 11. And they're off, as Mike said. In lane 1 is Susie Klumper from Riptide. Lane 2, Megan Siegler with Riptide. Lane 3, Megan Lee with the Aquajets. Lane 4 is Isha Verma with the Aquajets. Lane 5, Ruby Dalen with Riptide. Lane 6, Ellie Sidaros, Riptide. Lane 7, Nicole Cambry, Riptide. And lane 8, Darren Schmidt with Riptide. Lane 6 is in the lead at the moment. Lane 6 is Ellie Sidaros from Riptide. Followed by lane 3. Lane 3 is Megan Lee with the Aquajets. Oh, it's kind of a fight there for position. We'll see what happens here. Coming back, turning on the Jets, is lane 3. Lane 3 was Megan Lee with the Aquajets. Coming in second place was lane 6. That's Ellie Sidaros from Riptide. And lane 5 comes in third. That's Ruby Dalen with Riptide. Next up is heat number 8.
Back, heat number 8. 8.
In the water they go. Heat number 8, lane 1 is Ellie Otting with Northfield. Lane 2 is Emma Dirksen, Riptide. Lane 3 is Mila Galu with Riptide. Lane 4 is Eliana Heinel with Riptide. Lane 5 is Parker Stuckey with Riptide. Lane 6 is Philip Simmering, Riptide. Lane 7 is Dalen Schmidt, Riptide. And lane 8, Charlie Johnson with Riptide. In first place at this time, lane 4 is Eliana Heinel with Riptide. Has a pretty nice lead going down to the other end of the pool. All right, coming in first was lane number 4. That was Eliana Heinel. Second was lane 5. Lane 5 was Parker Stuckey, and third was lane 6. That was Philip Simmering. Next up is heat number 9. Into the water they go. In lane 1 is Owen Jenin with Riptide. Lane 2 is Kaylin DuBois, Riptide. Lane 3 is Audrey Heggie, Riptide. Lane 4, Vivian Kohler with Riptide. Lane 5, Lauren Bach with Riptide. Lane 6, Paige Turnbow with Riptide. Lane 7, Henrik Kortum, Northfield. And lane 8, Lucas Jones with the Aqua Jets. In the lead is lane 6. Lane 6 is Paige Turnbow with Riptide. All right, coming back to the finish here. Let's see. Lane 5 takes first position. Lane 5 is Lauren Bach with Riptide. Second place goes to lane 3. That's Audrey Heggie with Riptide. And third place goes to lane 6, Paige Turnbow with Riptide. Next up is heat number 10. Heat number 10, lane 1 is Addie Falkin with Riptide. Lane number 2 is Avery Jelinek with Riptide. Lane 3, Iris Polvoni, Riptide. Lane 4, Ruby Call, Riptide. Lane 5, Chandler Offerman, Riptide. Lane 6, Ayla Sandbo with the Aqua Jets. Lane 7, David DePrisco with the Aqua Jets. And lane 8, Tucker Case with Riptide. Finishing first is lane 5, Chandler Offerman with Riptide. Second place goes to lane 4, that's Ruby Call with Riptide. Third place is lane 6, Ayla Sandbo with the Aqua Jets.
Go Samantha!
Next up is our final heat of this event. This is heat number 11 of event 10, the mixed 100-yard IM. In lane 1, Samantha Graves of Riptide. Lane 2, Lainey Bell, Riptide. Lane 3, Micah DeBelts, Riptide. Lane 4, Grace Warden, the Aqua Jets. Lane 5, Dennis Demidov, the Aqua Jets. Lane 6, Alyssa Bauer, Riptide. Lane 7, Andrew Deeb, Riptide. And lane 8, Maeve McCarran, Aqua Jets. All right, finishing first was lane 4. That's Grace Warden with the Aqua Jets. Second was lane 3, Micah DeBelts with Riptide. And third place was lane 2, Lainey Bell with Riptide. Next up is event number 11. This is event 11. This is our mixed 50-yard freestyle. There are 25 heats in this event. This will be heat number 1. That was kind of a tough land into the water there. In lane 3, June Holter with Riptide. Lane 4, Ruby Otterblad with Northfield. And in lane 5, Elodie Weatherman with Riptide. Coming in first was lane 3. That was June Holter with Riptide. Coming in second was lane 4. That's Ruby Otterblad with Northfield. And coming in third was lane 5, Elodie Weatherman. Next up will be heat number 2 of 25. So we'll be with you for a while here. Into the water they go. In lane 2 is Pratham Kurdekar with Riptide. Sorry about that. Lane 2, Mari Early, Riptide. Lane 3, Zachary Johnson, Riptide. Lane 4, Harley Anderson, the Omni Otters. Lane 5, Rowan Hawk, Star. Lane 6, Lydia Fisher with the Aquajets. Here they come back. You'll see them in just a moment. Here they come. In the lead is lane 5. That's Rowan Hawk with Star swimming. And Rowan should come in second. Lane 2, Mari Early from Riptide came in first. Sorry about that, Mari. You were out of sight there for a second to me. All right, looks like third place is lane number 3. It's hard because we have some soft touches there, and I don't think they all registered. So let's look at heat number 3. This one will go better. All right, in the water they go. In heat number 3, lane 1, Matthias Cordium, Northfield. Lane 2, Cole Callis, Riptide. Lane 3, Jillian Streifel, Riptide. Lane 4, Laurel Benson, Northfield. Lane 5, Maddie Rudser, Riptide. Lane 6, Tegan Baynard, Star. Lane 7, Avi Ackerman, Northfield. And lane 8, Caleb Fett with the Omni Otters. Coming in first is lane 4. That's Laurel Benson with Northfield. It's a fight for second here as they come back. Looks like it's going to be lane number 5. Lane number 5 is Maddie Rudser with Riptide. And in third place is going to be lane 3. That's Jillian Streifel with Riptide. Next up is heat number 4. And the swimmers are off. Here we go. Lane 1, Ethan Thompson with Riptide. Lane 2, Molly Engen, Riptide. Lane 3, Anthony Moore, Riptide. Lane 4, Clara Davis, Star. Lane 5, Olivia Stutz with Northfield. Lane 6, Sebi Ewig with Star Swimming. Lane 7, Miles Pop, Wasika. And Lane 8, Aditi Shamaraj with Riptide. Coming in first is Lane 4, Claire Davis. Coming in second is Lane 6, that's CB Ewig. And coming in third is Lane 2, Molly Engen with Riptide. Next up is heat number 5. In lane 1 is Carter Kalu with Riptide. Lane 2, Andrew White at Northfield. Lane 3, Belle Huygens with Riptide. Lane 4, Araya Linsmeyer, Riptide. Lane 5, Ben Kohler, Riptide. Lane 6, Addie Vitas, Riptide. Lane 7, Abby Gilson, Wasika. And lane 8, Joella Hahn with Riptide. Finishing first is lane number 5. That's Ben Kohler with Riptide. Finishing second is lane number 4, Araya Linsmeyer. That's with Riptide as well. And in third place is lane number 6, Addie Vitas with Riptide. Next up will be heat number 6. Heat number 6 shows lane 1, Izzy Rutzer for Riptide. Lane 2, Clarabelle Worsham, Riptide. Lane 3, Nicholas Siegler, Riptide. Lane 4, Harrison Carr, Aquajets. Lane 5, Olivia Rooney, Riptide. Lane 6, Lucy Carlson, Northfield. Lane 7, Jack Rasmussen, Riptide. Lane 8, Tasha Sinha with Riptide. Here they come back to the finish. First to touch looks like it's going to be lane 7. Let's see if that holds true. It is. Lane 7 was Jack Rasmussen with Riptide. Second place goes to lane 3. That's Nicholas Siegler of Riptide. And third place goes to lane 5. And that's Olivia Rooney with Riptide. Next up is heat number 7. All right, lane 1 is June Moore with Riptide. Lane 2 is Joe Howie with Riptide. Lane 3, Evelyn Andreessen, Riptide. Lane 4, Abigail Olson, Riptide. Lane 5, Elia Baynard, with Star Swim. 6, Emir Azmendia with Star. 7 is Kelvin Colton, and he's with Star. And Addie Plone with Riptide. Coming in first was lane 8, Addie Plone with Riptide. Next up is heat number 8. Into the water they go. In lane 1, Nora Ferris with Riptide. Lane 2, Quinn Hatley from Riptide. Lane 3, Layla Tao with Star Swim. Lane 4, Ben Fisher with the Aquajet Swim Team. Lane 5, Layla Sheets with Riptide. Lane 6, Elizabeth Meyer, Riptide. Lane 7, Alex Siegler, Riptide. Lane 7, Stella McCurdy, Riptide. Coming in first was lane 3, that's Layla Tao. And second was lane 4, Ben Fisher. Next up is heat number 9. Into the water they go. Heat number 9 is lane number 1, Maddie Carter, Riptide. Lane number 2, Aiden Coe, Riptide. Lane number 3, Finley Reeves, the Aquajets. Lane number 4, Maya Hawk, Star. Lane number 5, Mason Francis, Riptide. Lane number 6, Kayla Schroeder with Riptide. Lane number 7, Robin Wilson, Wasika. Lane number 8, Aiden Solon with Riptide. Coming in first place was lane number 4. That's Maya Hawk with Star. Next up is heat number 10. Heat number 10 is a couple of swimmers scratched here in lanes 4 and 5. So lane number 1 is Burke O'Donnell with Riptide. Lane number 2 is Violet Canole with Northfield. Lane number 3 is Jessica Yang, Riptide. Lane number 6, Olivia Dubois, Riptide. Lane number 7, Javier Lafitte, Riptide. And lane number 8, Bella Watney with Northfield. Finishing, well, let's see, it was hard to tell there. It was a soft touch in lane 3, but lane number 1 is showing as first place, and lane number 1 was Burke O'Donnell. Heat number 11 is up next. Again, this is heat 11 of 25. Heat 11 is lane number 1, Savannah Scrafford with Riptide. Lane 2, Beth Bryson Star. Lane 3, Freya Simmering, Riptide. Lane 4, Hazel Bolton, Riptide. Lane 6, lane 5, Danica Myers, Riptide. Lane 6, Sloan Tussing, Northfield. Lane 7, Vivia Costa, Riptide. Lane 8, Ellie Wagner with Riptide. And finishing first is lane 7, that's Vivia Costa. Finishing second is lane 2, that's Beth Bryson with Star. Coming up next is heat 12. Heat number 12. In lane 1, Stella Phelps with Riptide. Lane 2, Susie Klumper, Riptide. Lane 3, Wyatt Molman, Aquajets. Lane 4, Anna Spitzek, Riptide. Lane 5, Nisha Naughton, Riptide. Lane 6, Natalie Streifel, Riptide. Lane 7, Darren Schmidt, Riptide. And lane 8, Nick Johnson, Star Swim Team. Next up is heat number 13. Swimmers are getting ready. And into the water they go. Lane number 1 is Helen Higginbotham from Riptide. Lane number 2, Ruby Dallin, Riptide. Lane 3, Wei Zhang with the Omni Otters. Lane 4, Ivan Kircher with Riptide. Lane 5, Ella Sherwood, Star. Lane 6, Anna Berg, Star. And lane 8, Drew Scholm with Northfield. All right, next up is heat 14 of 25. Lane 1, Aria Leisinger, Riptide. Lane 2, Sophia Renato, Riptide. Lane 3, Annabelle Schultz, Riptide. Lane 4, Cecilia Kinney, Riptide. Lane 5, Mary DePrisco, the Aquajets. Lane 6, Miles Jarvie, Aquajets. Lane 7, Sam Patterson, Riptide. And lane 8, Abby Greengard, Omni Otters. Finishing first is lane number 4, that's Cecilia Kinney with Riptide. Second place goes to lane 5, that's Mary DePrisco with the Aquajets. Next up is heat number 15 of 25. And in the water they go. 8:15, Olive Sisson is in lane 1 from Riptide. Our own Megan Rucci is in lane 2 for Riptide. Lane 3 is Avery Carl with Star. Lane 4 is Athena Morstad-Ruiz with Star. Lane 5, Morgan Sims, Riptide. Lane 6, Kane Teasdale, Aquajets. Lane 7, Isha Verma with Aquajets. And lane 8, Natalie DeGainer with Riptide. Coming in first place is lane 4, that's Athena Morstad-Ruiz. And coming in second is lane 6, that is Kane Teasdale. Coming in third was lane 8, Natalie DeGainer with Riptide. Next up is heat number 16. And they are in the water. Lane 1, Sam Sandquist, Star. Lane 2, James Anderson, Riptide. Lane 3, looks like Lilia Gudmundson with the Aquajets, rather. 4 is Mia Barton with Riptide. Lane 5 is Cameron Andrewson with Riptide. Lane 6 is Eden Wolf with Riptide. In lane 7 is Mila Agalu with Riptide. And lane 8 is Kaylee Chua with the Aquajets. Next up is Heat 17. It's going to get harder and harder to get all these names in there before these events are done. Into the water they go. Lane 1, Eliana Heinel, Riptide. Lane 2, Emma Leonard, Riptide. Lane 3, Nolan Luther, Riptide. Lane 4, Addie Falcon, Riptide. Lane 5, Abby Chrisman, Riptide. Lane 6, Vivian Kohler, Riptide. Lane 7, Elle Otting, Northfield. Lane 8, Emma Dirksen, Riptide. And here they come back. Finishing first will be lane 3. That's Nolan Luther, followed by lane 4, Addie Falcon, both of Riptide. Next up is heat number 18. They are in the water, and in lane 1 is Kyle Hatzel with Riptide. Lane 2, Ella Holleran, Northfield. Lane 3, Ningli Chua, Aquajets. Lane 4, Henrik Kortum, Northfield. Lane 5, Pearson Crick, Riptide. Lane 6, Summer Moeller, Northfield. Lane 7, Alice Gaffkey with Riptide. And lane 8, Edie McLaughlin with Northfield. Finishing first is lane 4, Henrik Kortum.
Number 19.
And they're in the water. Lane 1 is Ethan Binkley, Riptide. Lane 2, Grace Martin, Riptide. Lane 3 is Maeve McCarran with the Aquajets. Lane 4, Nora Behrens, Riptide. Lane 5, Aiden Fitch, Riptide. Lane 6, Belle Brousseau, Northfield. Lane 7, Hutton Newell, Aquajets. And lane 8, Ilona Delaney with Riptide. There they finish. Lane 5 coming in first. That's Aiden Fitch with Riptide.
Number 20.
Swimmers are getting ready. In the water they go for heat number 20. Lane 1 is Preston Callan of Riptide. Lane 2 is Ayla Sandbo, Aquajets. Lane 3 is Jessica Bach, Riptide. Lane 4, Nora Kaflish, Omni Otters. Lane 5, Claire Krieg, Riptide. Lane 6, Isabel German, Riptide. Lane 7 is Bianca Silke with Northfield. And lane 8, Catherine Deeb, Riptide. Finishing first will be lane number 8. That is Catherine Deeb with Riptide. Next up is heat 21. Into the water they go. Heat number 21. 21 is lane number 1, Savannah with Riptide. Lane 2, Sydney Northfield. Lane 3, Isabel Riptide. Lane 4, Cody Wasika. Lane 5, Andrew Riptide. Lane 6, Maddie Riptide. Lane 7, Katie Rucci with Riptide. And lane 8, Caitlin Mello with Riptide. And finishing first is lane number 4, Cody Weber with Wasika. Second was lane 5, that's Andrew Deeb. And third was lane 6. Lane 6 was Maddie Wenzel with Riptide. Next up is heat 22. Heat 22, lane 1, Alyssa Bauer with Riptide. Lane 2, Ruby with Riptide. Lane 3, Riley Aquajets. Lane 4, Olivia Riptide. Lane 5, Liv Olinger with Riptide. Lane 6, Vivian Lenson, Riptide. Lane 7, Lucy with Riptide. And lane 8, Colton with Wasika. Next up is heat number 23. Into the water they go. Heat 23, lane 1 is Lily Schilling, Aquajets. Lane 2, Greta with Northfield. Lane 3, Taylor with Riptide. Lane 4, Madeline Byrne, Riptide. Lane 5, Tessa with Star. Lane 6, Gwyneth with Aquajets. Lane 7, Elena with Riptide. And lane 8, Richanta with Star. Coming in first is going to be lane 4. That's Madeline Byrne with Riptide. Next up is heat 24. We are almost there, folks. After this is the 500-yard freestyle, just so you know. So we've got heat 24, then heat 25. And into the water for heat 24 they go. Lane 1, Isla George with Riptide. Lane 2, Faith Ring, Northfield. Lane 3, Bryn with the Aquajets. Lane 4, Nora with Northfield. Lane 5, Tyler with Wasika. Lane 6, Siri with the Aquajets. Lane 7, Molly with the Aquajets. And lane 8, Micah DeBelts with Riptide. Coming back to the finish line here, coming in first is going to be lane 5. Lane 5 is Tyler with Wasika. Coming in second is lane 4. That's Nora. And coming in third is lane 8, and that's Micah DeBelts with Riptide. Next up is our final heat. Heat number 25 of Event 11, mixed 50-yard freestyle. And I feel worn out just like the swimmers from announcing all these names so fast. Into the water they go. Lane 1, Sarah Riptide. Lane 2, Maria Northfield. Lane 2, Molly Aquajets. Lane 4, Grant Riptide. Lane 5, Maggie with the Aquajets. Lane 6, Lincoln Riptide. Lane 7, Greta Omni. Lane 7, Lucas Paul. Greta Wickus with Omni. Lane 8, Lucas Paul. Whew. Lane 4, Grant Seelig. Finishes first with Riptide. Second goes to lane 5. That's Maggie Rhodes with the Aquajets. And third place goes to Lucas Paul in lane 8. That was a workout, let me tell you. I'm looking at our in-house announcer as well, Michael O'Keefe, down in the pool deck here, and he looks exhausted from all the announcing he's been doing. But now we get a break, because next up is Event 12. Event 12 is our mixed 500-yard freestyle. Now there'll be 5 heats in this event. There should be no problem for us to get all of the names announced. I am seeing several of the folks here that were cheering on packing up their bags as we get to this long event.
Event number 12 is the mixed 500-yard freestyle event. Heat number 1.
Here we go. Heat number 1 of our event number 12. This is the mixed 500-yard freestyle. Swimmers are poised to go in, and in the water they go. In lane number 1, West Knapp with Riptide. Lane number 2, Bryn McNanley with the Aquajets. Lane 3, Madry Breezale with the Aquajets. Lane number 4, Karen Lund, Aquajets. Lane 5, Olivia Dolan, Riptide. Lane 6, Maddie Wenzel, Riptide. Lane 7, Heron Choi, Aquajets. Lane 8, Tyler Jellum with Waseca Jays. Amy, I see that you're asking about a reseed. Let me check on that.
We're still taking volunteers for the Harris 500. What is it? If no takers, I guess we'll be going early. Oh, we got one.
Amy, you're correct. There is a reseed, and I'm getting that as we speak. I should have that momentarily. All right, folks, let me redo this just to make sure we have things accurate. I have my new information that was just sent to me. And then again, this is event 12, the mixed 500-yard freestyle. This is a 4-heat event now. This is heat number 1. In lane 1 is Tyler Jellum of Waseca. Lane 2 is Heron Choi of the Aquajets. Lane 3 is Maddie Wenzel with Riptide. Lane 4, Karen Lund of the Aquajets. Lane 5, Olivia Dolan with Riptide. Lane 6 is Bryn McNanley of the Aquajets. Lane 7, West Knapp of Riptide. And Lane 8, Sonia Smith of Northfield. Thanks again for being patient. And thanks for pointing that out, Amy. Glad to see you're watching. We still have a pretty good crowd here in attendance. Yes, it's thinned, but it's pretty darn good. I'm saying, you know, probably 2/3, well, maybe a little bit less than 2/3 of the stands, maybe half of the stands are still filled. Plus, we got a good crowd still watching over in the lobby area. So if you got some shout-outs, let us know. The kids are still watching. A lot of them are still watching out in the lobby area. They can hear you every time that I make an announcement of whatever your shout-out is. Here we go. Lane 5 will take the bell. Lane 5 is Olivia Dolan. And in lane 5, Olivia Dolan is complete with a 5:31.50 for Riptide. Had a soft touch in lane 4, coming in second. Coming in third is lane 3 with a 5:41.21. By the way, lane 4 was Karen Lund with the Aquajets. Lane 3 was Maddie Wenzel with Riptide. Great swim, folks. Next up will be heat number 2. Remember, this is heat number 2 of 4. We've just got one swimmer left to complete. That's lane number 8. That's Sonia Smith from Northfield. And she is coming back to the finish line right now as we speak. All right, next up, heat number 2. Thanks, Amy. I appreciate the shout out. You rock too. Again, folks, I'm sorry about the scoreboard. I had hoped to have that cleared up, but I just haven't been able to get to it. Now in heat number 2, we've got lane number 1. That's Evelyn Long with the Aquajets. Lane number 2 is Emily Samsel with Riptide. Lane number 3 is Hutton Newell with the Aquajets. Lane 4, Hannah Stuckey, Riptide. Lane 5, Kaylee Clarity with Aquajets. Lane 6, Lauren Bach with Riptide. Lane 7, Ava Veldman, Riptide. Lane 8, Arwen Swari with the Aquajets. And in the lead is lane number 5. That's Kaylee Clarity with the Aquajets. Still in the lead in lane number 5 is Kaylee from the Aquajets. Pretty close second. I would say lane 8 is in second at the moment. Yep, just barely. Lane 8 is Arwen Soire with the Aquajets. And in lane 4, in third place, is Hannah Stuckey with Riptide. A lot of swimming left here. A lot of swimming left. Anything could happen. All right, lane number 5 is taking the bell, as we've been seeing throughout this entire race here. That's Kaylee Clardy with the Aqua Jets. She is in the lead and has taken the bell, and very likely if she keeps this pace up, she will win this race. But she's got some pretty good competition in lanes 4 and 8, rather. Lane 4 is Hannah Stuckey with Riptide, and lane 8 is Arwen Swari with the Aqua Jets. Here she comes back for the finish, and lane 5 will take first place. That's Kaylee Clardy with a time of 5:57.39. Coming in second was lane 8. That's Arwen Soiree with the Aqua Jets. And in lane 4, coming in third, was Hannah Stuckey with Riptide. Next up is heat number 3 of 4. We're almost there, folks. Stick with us. You don't want to miss the end here. We still have quite a few people here watching, and we still actually have quite a few viewers online watching. We invite you to stay all the way to the end, please. There they go into the water. In lane 1 is Anita Matsura, and she's with Northfield. Lane 2 is Grant Larson with the Omni. Lane 3 is Emmy Dietz with Riptide. Lane 4, Madison Carr with the Aqua Jets. Lane 5, Paige Turnbow with Riptide. Lane 6, Lucas Carr with the Aqua Jets. Lane 7, Natalie DeGainer with Riptide. And lane 8, Sam Fisher with the Aqua Jets.
Lane 7, Natalie Riptide. Lane 8, Sam with
You know, while we're waiting here, watching these swimmers do such a great job, I again want to thank you all for watching today. We will be back tomorrow, so please join us tomorrow for the conclusion of this swim meet. And don't forget, when you come back tomorrow, bring your shout-outs with you. The kids, again, I'm being told by the folks that have been working in the lobby here, the kids love it. I think they just love watching the TV and hearing their name. But what do I know? Also, if you'd like to come here in person, come on over. We'd love to see you here as well. But for those of you that can't, we understand. We will be here for sure. Just kind of letting you guys watch the swim here. Let's get a wider view of when they come back here. I'll wait till they come back. All right, we're starting to gain on her down there. Let's see. Uh-oh, we have some confused counters, I think. Hopefully they get this figured out. Lane 5, Paige Turnbow's counters are, I think, getting it straightened out now. All right, lane number 4 will take the bell. Lane number 4 is Madison Carr. All right, coming to the finish line, touching first is lane number 4. That is Madison Carr with the Aquajets and a time of 6:19.79. That's an improvement on her previous time of 6:34.54. Good job. Coming in second is lane number 5, Paige Turnbow. She's with Riptide. She finished with a 6:35.19. Previously, she had a 6:44.50. Again, another improvement. Love to see it. Coming in third will be lane 3. That's Emmy Dietz with Riptide. She's got a 7.0057. That's very good. Her old one was a 7:03.93. She dropped 3 seconds. Sounds great. Now, don't go anywhere, folks. We've got one swimmer finishing up in lane 1. That's Anita Matsura from Northfield. And we have our final heat, heat number 4 of event number 12, the mixed 500-yard freestyle. Now, this is our final heat. Lots of cheering here. Actually, the crowd is staying around to watch us. I hope you can, too. into the water they go. In lane number 3, Kate Lebo with Riptide. Lane number 4, Natalie Morrison with the Omni Jets. Lane 5, Lily Jones with the Aqua Jets, rather. Lane number 6, Gabriella Bednar with the Aqua Jets. Sorry about that. Natalie Morrison, lane 4, is with the Omni Otters. But you know what? They swim like jets as well, so. Crowd is starting to thin out a little bit here.
Standing by with Sarah. Sarah's coach by the racer in each pocket.
No, don't go anywhere yet. Just switching scenes here for you to switch it up a little bit so you can see a little different perspective. Sorry about that if I scared you. Hey, taking the bell in lane number 3 is Kate Lebo with Riptide. And Kate Lebo in lane number 3 will finish with a 6:28.77. That's a big improvement over her previous time of 8:18.80. Congratulations. Great swim. Lane 6, Gabriella Bednar with the Aquajets will finish second here with a 7:04.35. Now, she did not have a previous time, so that is a personal best for her. Congratulations. And let's see here. Looks like lane number 8 is going to come in third. I don't know who that is in lane number 8. They didn't give me that name. But good for her, finishing third with a 7:28.54. So lanes 4 and 5 are remaining. And actually, it's good for him in lane 8. Sorry about that. Here we go. Almost done, folks. Lane number 5 coming back. Lane number 5 is Lily Jones with the Aquajets. Lily Jones will finish in lane number 5 with an 8:21.31. That's a little bit longer than her previous time of 8:18.41, but that's still a great time. And in lane 4, Natalie Morrison with the Omni Otters will finish the event out for us. Good for them. Great job, everybody. Listen, we want to thank everybody for watching today. And again, we want to thank all the teams that came to visit us today for this, and we hope to see them again tomorrow because we will be right back here tomorrow for this all over again. So thank you to you all. Thank you to the Aquajets, the Waseca Swimming Club, the Northfield Swim Club, the Omni Otters, and the Star Swim Team. And I'm tired. I've had a great time watching. I know you have too. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll do it all over again with the hosted event by Riptide Swimming here at the Blue Water Aquatic Center in Apple Valley, Minnesota for Riptide's Valentine Splash Invite.